A happy hour Friday starts now. It's the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN. Free mobile app, live video, streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there, no Phils last night, but we have plenty of Phils on the mind today. Also, Sixers Summer League last night. Kind of a stinker. No Phils, with no Phils, yeah, you had the Sixers late night Summer League, and they were getting the doors blown off them early. No VJ Edgecombe, although he was in the house. He said he might play in a game coming up, but not having the number 3 overall pick kind of limits, the excitement for the Summer League. I like the Summer League. I like hoops. Little Cooper Flag last night. Wasn't all that fun to watch that game. He was just okay against Bronny James. But that being said, the story last night in the Sixers Summer League, real quick, is VJ Edgecombe said he might play, but, man, they got bombed last night with the spare parts that were left over. I was looking at the roster of guys, some guys that we've been talking about here, Adem Bona, Justin Edwards. They had one guy in double figures last night, actually two guys. Mark Armstrong and Keeve Aluma. If you were listening to a conversation we had with Paul Hudrick a couple of weeks ago, he mentioned Keeve Aluma as a guy that he liked, but I'm telling you now, neither of those guys are making the team. But, yeah, it was just a terrible game last night. Awful game to watch. The only positivity came from Johnny Broom, who hit 2 threes, 2 of 3 from 3 last night. He was a guy that I thought kind of stood out in the mess of the game last night. Justin Edwards hit a couple of threes, but overall, they just did not play well in that game against the Spurs. Now, on the flip side, the Spurs, they don't have a lot of guys that are going to be players on the big club either, and they blasted you last night. But, it's a Summer League game. Summer League games are, more for entertainment purposes, just to have something on the tube as opposed to getting something out of it. But, hey, maybe Edgecombe will play, maybe he won't. One of the things that we do want to look at here as we start this happy hour Friday off, and hopefully everybody's having a good one and you're thinking about the weekend and you're getting ready for the weekend with us here. The Phillies have now, on July 11th, we are 20 days away from the trade deadline. 20. I mean, put it this way. This will get you more excited, Josh. I see you got your Eagles polo on over there today. This will get you excited. The Eagles will report to practice before the trade deadline.
That is correct.
Yeah, the Eagles report on the 22nd. They practice on the 23rd, and there'll still be a week to go. So we have a lot of time still between now and the trade deadline. But two things are closing in. Eagles training camp and the trade deadline. So as we get closer to the trade deadline, how many teams are still realistically in the races right now? Well, let's take a look, okay? How many teams are realistically still in these races? This is what Jim Bowden said over at The Athletic on the Foul Territory YouTube show with Jim Bowden and Ken Rosenthal as they went over all the trade deadlines. He talks about how many teams are definitely sellers at the trade deadline. Take a listen.
So right now we have 8 teams that are selling as of this minute at the deadline. Atlanta is one of them, with Washington, Miami, Pittsburgh, Colorado, Baltimore, the White Sox, and the Athletics. They're the only 8 teams right now that aren't within reach that will listen to certain players. Now with Atlanta, they're not going to do a rebuild. They're not even going to do a reboot.
All right, so he thinks there's 8 teams. Let me see if I agree with him. These are the sellers in my mind. 1, Chicago, White Sox.
He mentioned them, yep.
2, Colorado, Rockies.
Yep.
Pittsburgh Pirates. Washington Nationals. He says
he didn't name the Nationals overtly, so.
But I think the Nationals would trade like a Finnegan, some of their veteran players. That's 4 that are out of the playoff mix. Atlanta's 10 games out of the wild card.
He says they're taking calls.
Right, but I think what he's saying makes sense. I think this is a one-year aberration for them, not, hey, we need to blow this thing up and
Correct.
start over.
Like the names, for those who didn't see the whole interview, so he mentioned guys like Sean Murphy is a guy that teams are calling the Braves about.
They're 10 games out. The next 20 days from now to the deadline will be big for them. Where will can they cut 4 games off of that?
Doubt it.
Okay. The Marlins. The Marlins are actually playing pretty well recently. They're 8 games out of the wild card. I don't have any ideas of grandeur that they're going to get themselves into the wild card break, but the Marlins and the Nationals are 2 teams right now at the bottom of the NL East that could be making the flip here soon. Like at some point, all of these young guys, they got a lot of them, these 2 teams, that you really aren't paying attention to. But if you watch the Marlins play and you watch the Nationals play, they got young, talented guys. Put it this way, the Marlins right now are better than the Braves.
Yes.
The Marlins are better than the Braves. So,
half the payroll, but they're better than the Braves.
Are the Marlins selling? They don't have a lot of veteran guys to sell. They don't have a lot of pieces to sell.
And they're in a predicament because Alcantara, the guy who you would consider selling, is pitching so poorly coming off of surgery that how do you sell that?
Right. So they're a weird team that's kind of out of it, but don't have a lot to sell.
Right.
Arizona's 5 out of the wild card. They're a weird team to get a dynamic on.
There's a lot of rumors about them wanting to sell off their free agents because they're concerned if they're going to be able to bring them all back.
Right. This is a team that went to the World Series 2 years ago, kind of disappointed last year, made some moves. They brought in Corbin Burns. He ends up getting hurt. They've got some pieces. They're only 5 games out of the wild card, but it appears that they don't think they have another push in them.
Right. So, like, for example, Suarez, their third baseman, has been connected to the Yankees in a lot of speculation.
There was a trade that has him to the Phillies, and it was an interesting dynamic. Let me throw it to everybody's way. You ready for this one?
Sure.
Have you seen this one?
I have not.
Phillies get Suarez.
Mm-hmm.
They move Bohm to first and Harper to the outfield.
I mean, it's a fun idea, but it's not happening.
Would that be something we're all interested in? Like if you traded Mick Abel for Suarez.
I mean, first of all, that'd be a win-win for both teams because you get a right-handed bat who's got some power in your lineup.
Mm-hmm.
The Diamondbacks desperately need pitching.
Desperate.
Because, by the way, for those who don't know, both Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly are free agents this upcoming offseason. And the GM of the Diamondbacks, I forget his name, but he did an interview with The Athletic and said he doesn't know if he can keep both of them.
Yeah, it's an interesting name in Suarez, who plays third base, guy who has power. Could he hit in the middle of this lineup? Bump everybody back one. Okay. Cincinnati, they're only 3 out of the wild card.
They are not one of the teams that Bowden named.
So I would say Cincinnati up are buyers or hold still, not sellers.
Right.
Arizona down, you can make a phone call in the National League. In the American League, White Sox, A's. A's are tricky because they're moving.
Correct.
But I'm sure you can make phone calls. I just don't think that – because all of their key guys, except for Mason Miller, Brett Rooker, Lawrence Butler, and then the rest of their guys, Kurtz, they've got young guys that they don't want to trade because they're so young.
Right.
Then they signed all those guys, Butler and Rooker. They gave them long-term deals. So they're not a great match as a team that is seemingly out of it.
And the only guys really talked about is Mason Miller. By the way, threw the fastest pitch in baseball last night. Did you see that?
I didn't.
104.1 miles an hour.
Okay. Well,
he came in a 6-6 game, blew the Braves away.
As Frank said the other day, they're being stubborn with him.
They are being stubborn.
Baltimore, they're only 6.5 out of the wild card. They've won 2 in a row, 7 out of 10. Is he thinking they're out of this thing? He's saying he thinks they're selling. But if Baltimore thinks they're out of it, they have people that they could listen about.
The president and GM Mike Elias, his job is on the line. I think he's going to be really careful. Now, he's going to concentrate on adding pitching. That's what he wants to do. He's not going to break this team down. What I'm hearing with the Orioles is they're going to be concerned more about the players that are free agents at the end of the year. So Ryan O'Hearn, a good bat that some contending teams need. Cedric Mullins, a center fielder. Couple of relievers like Gregory Soto and Sir Anthony Dominguez are all free agents. Some of them needs a right-handed bat if they have interest in Ramon Laureano. Charlie Morton, who is a free agent and might retire after this season. I think it's going to be that group of 6 players that are moved. I don't think it's going to be the sexy Felix Bautista.
And if that's the case, not interested. Are you? I mean, I know everybody always talks about a reunion in Philadelphia. Do you want Gregory Soto and Sir Anthony Dominguez back on this team? Although they would be upgrades probably over what you currently have, I don't think they really change the dynamics of this bullpen.
They don't change the dynamics. They're just fresh arms.
Cleveland Guardians, 5 out. So in the American League, Baltimore's 6.5 out. Cleveland's 5. LA's 4. Minnesota's 4. Texas is 3.5. Kansas City's 3.5. I mean, you have every team but 2 in the wild card mix. Now, Baltimore, he's saying, look, but he didn't really sound like they're willing to give up anything of substance.
No, and as Ken Rosenthal went on to explain, the Orioles view this year the way the Braves do, that this is a blip in the radar. They want to get back to contending next year. Here's Ken Rosenthal.
The Orioles as the most disappointing team in recent memory because of that young core of position players that is so promising and remains so promising. They plan to compete in 2026. So while they might not be able to address their needs at the deadline, because generally prospect-made trades are made at the deadline, they can amass more talent, do some more things in the offseason perhaps, and then build on what they have with that young core. They've also got Felix Bautista, closer, 2 more years under club control. I don't expect that they're going to trade him simply because they want to compete going forward.
Yeah, that's why Baltimore's tricky, because as Bowden listed 6 players, none of those guys are of substance. Ryan O'Haron's a guy, kind of a journeyman who's having a good year, left-handed bat. None of those guys were guys that you're like, young player, guy that I want to get my hands on, that you generally, or veteran player that's all-star level player who's on a team that he's just a weird fit for.
Right.
We'll take, like, those guys aren't really doing much. So Baltimore's in a tough spot. But the rest of the National League, American League, the Angels, 4 back. They're weird because you're dealing with a team that hasn't made the playoffs in a long, long, long time. So you almost feel like they're desperate enough that they would try to do anything they can, so that would make them a tough trade partner.
And you believe the Angels... The Angels believe they have a chance to make the postseason, apparently. That's the latest report I saw in The Athletic.
That's what I'm saying. Well, whether they believe it or not, I think they're going to do everything within their power to try. What was the team? It was a team a couple of years ago that made all these trades because they thought they were in the playoff race.
The Mariners?
It might have even been the Angels. Was it the Angels the one year they just
Angels make trades every year, it seems like.
And they just kept trading for all these guys. In fact, they traded for a guy, it was a guy, it was like after somebody, like the waiver process. And they
back in the waiver.
And they just took them.
Yeah.
And they were taking like guys, they were doing whatever they could to try to make the playoffs, and they actually got worse. It was like they added like 4 guys, and they actually got worse because they just are so desperate to make the playoffs. I can picture them making these trades, and there was a guy that they put a waiver claim in, and then they didn't pull them back, and they were like, okay, you're stuck with them. This happened a couple, oh, man, that's going to kill me now. They were like, you're stuck with this guy. We didn't pull him off the waiver wire, so you have to take him. Minnesota, weird spot, under 500, but 4 games out. Texas, 3.5 out. It's another team that won the World Series a couple of years ago. What do they think of their team? They want to try to get back to the playoffs again. Kansas City. If you're Kansas City, it's a team with a lot of young talent that whenever they can compete, it's almost like they have to try to go for it. Whenever they're in the mix, they've won 4 in a row, 7 out of 10. So the Phillies are trying to look at teams to make trades with. You're almost looking predominantly in the National League. Arizona, Miami, and Atlanta, and Washington. There's a problem. There's 3 teams in your division. Are they going to trade with you? Do you want to trade with 3 teams in your division and give up top prospects with 3 teams in your division? Probably not.
By the way, was it 2021 when they selected Jose Quintana off waivers?
Could have been. I mean,
Because
they made a bunch of deals that year.
Well, because that was the year they got him. It was August 30th they got him. It was like the end of the month, and they had been just bad all month. But they picked him up anyway.
Yeah, I feel like they made a bunch of trades and then were picking guys up off of the waiver claims, and like teams were like not pulling them back, and they were like stuck with these guys.
Yeah, they fortified their bullpen with Jason Junk, who was Junk, and Elvis Peguero in a trade for Andrew Haney. they acquired a bunch of random dudes.
Those
here.
names are not ringing a bell, though.
I mean, they made some waiver claims on Chad Wallach and Anthony Bemboom.
I want to say that it was a higher profile player than that. All right, 609-403-0973. One other guy a lot of people have asked me about is Jarren Duran. If the Phillies could get their hands on Duran, what would it take to do so? Well, I would imagine you're going to be in the Andrew Painter, Aiden Miller conversation there at least. So the question would be, what would the Red Sox want in return to get Duran?
The Red Sox, if they could get a number 2 starter for Duran and one with comparable control, because Duran does have control beyond this season, I think they would do it. But I don't see that deal being out there. What team wants to trade that kind of arm? Maybe for Duran, a team would, but while it would make some sense for the Red Sox to do this, I would bet against it rather than on it. I don't think it's 100% that it's not going to happen. There's a chance. There's a world out there where they do trade Duran for pitching, but it's just a difficult thing to pull off.
Yeah. The Phillies have pitching, though. So do the Phillies want to get serious here and say, we want Jarren Duran, we'll give you Andrew Painter?
Or is Andrew Painter too much?
That's obviously, you have 20 days to kind of iron this out now. Hey, the call is made. Do you want Mick Abel? They say, we want Andrew Painter. No, it's Abel. We aren't going to give you Jarren Duran. We don't have to trade him.
Right.
We're in the position of power here, not you.
Well, it's weird because both teams are in a surplus. The Red Sox have like a gazillion outfielders. The Phillies have a gazillion starting pitchers. Both teams have something the other team needs. So now it's what is both teams willing to accept? Do the Red Sox look at Mick Abel as a potential, as Ken Rosenthal said, a future number 2 pitcher on a pitching staff? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's and if you can get away with giving Mick Abel up for an all-star player, I think you've won that deal. They get the player. You have a surplus. That doesn't mean that player's not going to turn out to be good.
Right.
But you have a surplus that you don't need. You need an outfielder. Now, Jarren Duran being left-handed, it's not great.
No, but he is an obvious replacement for Max Kepler, like Stephen Kwan we talked about yesterday would be, and he's an upgrade.
Would you rather Chapman and Duran or Kwan and Clase?
Wow. My gut instinct would be to say Chapman and Duran.
By the way, Duran is not having a great year either.
No, he's not. But there's a lot of speculation that a change of scenery could be good for him.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch the Red Sox thing on Netflix, I mean, he has a little bit of I don't want to say a loose cannon, but he obviously has, some ups and downs. And, he's hitting 260 this year with a 318 on base percentage.
Well, the reason why I also bring it up is because I was watching more of the Foul Territory YouTube last night. It was a 2-hour show I was watching, and they were talking about how the Red Sox are like rudderless in the locker room right now. Like, there's no real leadership in that locker room. Guys are just kind of flailing around, and the speculation is that part of the reason why Duran might get traded as well is because maybe he needs to go to a team with like some legitimate structure in the locker room. I think the Phillies have more legitimate structure in the locker room than the Red Sox do.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think Duran probably would benefit from being on a team with better veterans on it, no question about it. You had the Devers situation there. I think the Red Sox organization is no longer the Red Sox organization that we remember.
Correct.
They are more worried about profits than they are the Red Sox winning baseball games in that situation. So that's where we are with that. So just some trade nuggets to start things off here. Some realistic trade possibilities. Those 8 teams. Let's play that Jim Bowden one more time and listen to the 8 teams that he kind of mentions.
So right now we have 8 teams that are selling as of this minute at the deadline. Atlanta is one of them, with Washington, Miami, Pittsburgh, Colorado, Baltimore, the White Sox, and the Athletics. They're the only 8 teams right now that...
All right, so he did mention Washington.
He did mention Washington,
yeah. You can play that one more time because I got 7. I missed 1.
So right now we have 8 teams that are selling as of this minute at the deadline. Atlanta is one of them, with Washington, Miami, Pittsburgh, Colorado, Baltimore, the White Sox, and the Athletics. They're the only 8 teams right
All right, so he's got 8 teams: Atlanta, Washington, Miami, Colorado, Baltimore, Chicago, White Sox, A's, and Pittsburgh.
Right.
Pittsburgh seems to be a match because of their bullpen arms.
Correct. And they have arms to spare because they're not going anywhere.
They need offense.
Desperately.
So that would be more of a Miller-Crawford type of offer.
Correct. Is there a situation, for example, just use it as an example, is it if you traded Crawford and whoever else, right, maybe some other prospect, maybe some other player, and you could walk away with, let's say, Santana, and you can get Andrew McCutchen to waive his trade deal, and now you have a better right-handed bat for the platoon. Does that deal interest you?
Say the deal again.
McCutchen and Santana.
Yep.
And you give up Crawford, and let's say the other guy has to be like Tai, the catcher.
It's a tough one because Santana, again, he gives me the, by the way, what's his name, made the All-Star game
Carlos
today.
Estevez.
Carlos Estevez made the All-Star game
Because,
today.
of course, a former Phillies bullpen arm would make the All-Star game.
But Santana gives me Estevez vibes. Not a big strikeout guy.
Mm-hmm.
Phillies need swing and miss guys.
Gotcha.
Santana doesn't have the big swing and miss stuff. The Phillies, I was reading something today, I think it was Matt Gelb from The Athletic, who wrote this article about how their swing and miss is so bad. They're one of the worst in terms of swing and miss in the bullpen. They just don't strike guys out. They just don't make guys miss. So you're constantly getting balls put in play, and when you have, constant balls in play, you're in a situation where you're giving up hits, possibility of errors, stuff like that happening. You got to get guys that could strike guys out. You need swing and miss. Santana is not a swing and miss guy, so I would be leery of giving up top prospects to get him.
So the answer would be no.
Most likely.
All right. Pirates, thanks for playing.
Bednar, a little bit more swing and miss, but
Not a great year.
he's having a decent. He had a bad start. They sent him down. They brought him back, and he's been much better. Put it this way. Bednar right now, his numbers in terms of, you just look at the numbers across the board, 2.70 ERA, 113 whip. In 30 innings, he's got 43 strikeouts, averaging almost 13 strikeouts per
So
nine.
if it's Bednar and McCutchen you were getting.
The problem with Bednar is I don't really trust him as the guy. He's 30 years old. I don't think you have to give up as much for Bednar because of his age. I don't trust him to be the guy that gets the last out of the World Series.
No, but is he at least a guy that at least gives you more depth too?
Yeah, I would take him
bullpen.
for a lesser prospect, not the guys you're mentioning.
So maybe what's his name? Aaron Escobar, the infielder.
Yes.
He's at single A.
Yep.
He's the number 6 prospect in the organization.
Mm-hmm. I'd be listening on that because for 2 reasons. One, I've got Miller. 2, now I'm not as big as on Stott. Do they view Stott as a long-term piece where Escobar's kind of blocked?
Right. So maybe it's something where you trade him and let's say some other minor leaguer who's not a major piece, and you can get Bednar, because the Pirates really want bats. They really want guys who can fill out positions in the organization.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. It's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat coming up in about 40 minutes from now. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. We're going to look at the Phillies coming up at the All-Star break. That's on the other side. And, of course, the Phillies tonight are out in San Diego. Ranger Suarez on the mound. And the lineup is brought to you by Instant Services, the tri-state area's premier HVAC, plumbing, and electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com to see how you can win 4 Phillies Hall of Fame Club tickets. You want to win those tickets? Check out instantservices.com. Ranger Suarez gets the ball tonight. They're facing a pitcher who no Philly hitter has ever seen tonight. So it'll be a first-timer for the San Diego Padres. But good pitching matchups all week long out there at Petco. Is it still Petco?
It might be. I haven't
They changed the
checked
name of that
stadium.
place yet? Is Petco still in business? Yikes. The pitcher tonight for for San Diego's Ryan Bergert, who is 1-0 with a 2.67 ERA, 1.15 whip, very good numbers. He is a right-handed pitcher, which means you're going to get the lefties. And then tomorrow, Hugh Darvish is going, and then Nick Pivetta. So all right-handers in the series. So you probably will see the same lineup of lefties. Marsh, Stott, Kepler all weekend long, and that will take us to the All-Star break. What are the Phillies at the All-Star break? Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Plus, I'll ask him, Wheeler or Skeens for the Cy Young Award? Jason Stark over at The Athletic picked one of those guys. Plus, you might be surprised at where Rob Thompson finished in the first half on Jason Stark ballot for Manager of the Year. That's coming up all in the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Happy Hour Friday, everybody. Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. It is our final conversation of the first half of the baseball season, so we're going to take a look at the first half of the baseball season with Mike. Of course, the Phillies are out in out in San Diego against the Padres. They'll finish this off with Ranger Suarez, Zach Wheeler, and Christopher Sanchez. Not a bad trio, Mike, of pitchers, and I think the story of the first half for the Phillies has been that starting pitching, has it not?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been the strength of the team, and an interesting maybe sort of playoff preview here. Obviously they won't go in this order, but Suarez, Wheeler, and Sanchez you think would be the three starters for the Phillies when the postseason rolls around in October. So a little bit of a playoff preview right here for the Fightings this weekend.
Well, and, it's funny you say that. We were talking about, Wheeler, we just assume will start. I'm not assuming that he wouldn't start unless they need him the last week of the season, right? And there's something that he has to pitch like the last day to be the division champion or something. But we do think it's Wheeler. And then the story really of the first half is who's emerged as that number two guy, Mike? How do you kind of handicap Suarez, Sanchez, Luzardo, and then the other guys?
Well, I put Sanchez as a solid number two with the way he pitches. He's just been more consistent than Jesus Luzardo, and frankly, he's been healthier than Ranger Suarez. So that's the difference there, and that's why I put Sanchez as a number two. Although it's very interesting, Mike, because I believe, as we all believe, if the Phillies make the postseason, they're going to have to take one starter and put him in the bullpen, and the starter who's stuff best translates to the bullpen might also be Christopher Sanchez. So that'll be an interesting dilemma for the Phillies. But right now, to me, Sanchez is a solid number two, and I keep him in that rotation if the Phillies are in the playoffs in October.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that because the other day, I think it was Dan Plesac was on the Takeoff podcast with John Clark, and he had talked about how the Phillies starters don't really profile as relief pitchers. But I agree with you. Christopher Sanchez has swing and miss, change-up. He's really a two-pitch pitcher. He said, hey, find a guy who specializes in using your two pitches. Luzardo and Sanchez might be those options, and you put those two. But I don't see Christopher Sanchez pitching in the bullpen, though.
Yeah, I don't see it either. But, Mike, his stuff, for exactly the reason you said, that changeup is a swing and miss pitch, and that's what you want out of relievers. I mean, Trevor Hoffman made the Hall of Fame and saved over 400 games with a changeup, right? So out of all the Phillies starters, pitchers, the pitch, the one singular pitch that might translate best to the bullpen is Christopher Sanchez's changeup. But again, with the way he's starting right now and pitching, to me, he's your solid game two starter. So it just goes to show you how valuable Christopher Sanchez actually is.
Mike, we talk about the story of the first half being how good their pitching is, but what about the second half and the pitchers and the uncertainty with Aaron Nola, Mick Abel, Andrew Painter? How do you see those three guys second half kind of factoring in here?
Yeah, they're going to come back much like last season where we spent a lot of August and September thinking about the number 5 starter, right? This year, however, it might be the same thing. But this year, the difference is there's a lot better options back there. You're going to have a rested and hopefully healthy Aaron Nola. You're going to have Mick Abel, who has had success in the big league level, has had his struggles in the big league level, but goes down to AAA and pitches great last night. And then there's Andrew Painter. And quite frankly, I don't know where we are with the Andrew Painter thing. Again, he was projected as coming up in July-ish. People expected to make an impact, but, he has struggled at times in AAA. So, but I believe out of one of those three guys will emerge as a solid number 5 starter and probably be your number 4 guy in the postseason if the Phillies go on a deep postseason run.
Offensively, this team has limitations. We know that. What's the biggest limitations? What's the biggest thing that if Dave Dombrowski has to fix something, maybe he can't do them all, but what's the one he has to get done?
Well, obviously, we've talked since opening day about getting a right-handed power bat in there in that lineup to sort of bolster that lineup. The question is that guy available, and who is that guy, and how much of a difference maker will that guy be? To me, Mike, the offense, you might just have to live with it. The age-old question is going to be the consistency, the hot and the cold. Can they stay hot enough to, over the course of a month now, which is what it takes to get, to win a World Series. Can they avoid those cold streaks that kind of doom them against Arizona? Maybe they can. I mean, let's remember this same core got within, 2 wins of the World Series in 2022. So we've seen them do it before. I don't know how you fix that problem other than crossing your fingers and your toes and your legs and hoping they all get hot for 4 weeks in October, basically.
So what's more probable in your mind? They find a guy that hits in the middle of the lineup, they find another platoon guy, or they get bullpen help?
To me, Mike, the bullpen is the number one need, and that has been consistent from day one. We saw that the other night, with the inside the park home run. This bullpen just does not have enough arms in the bullpen. I agree. I was listening to Jim Salisbury on the Phillies show podcast this morning while I was on my elliptical there at LA Fitness in Brick Township, and Jim said they need 3 relievers, and I agree. One of them will come from the starting rotation, probably Jesus Luzardo, right? He might shift to the bullpen, but then they need 2 big-time arms in the back of that bullpen because, Mike, this team is not going to win a World Series or maybe even go deep in the playoffs with the bullpen as it is presently constituted. And I, for one, am in favor of trading prospects for big-time arms that you maybe have some control over in the future.
Any of the stuff that you've been kind of, now we're getting into within 20 days. You're starting to hear names, Clase, Kwan, people, hey, that's a match for the Phillies, or the 2 pitchers from Pittsburgh, Bednar and Santana. At this point, are any of those guys enough for this team?
Well, I think you need 2 of them. To me, Mike, I'd go out. I'd have a lot of interest in Clase of Cleveland. He's pitched in the postseason before. He kind of, like all relievers, he's been really lights out. He's been gone through some rough times, but I like him. And I like Chapman out of Boston. Now, I don't know if Boston's going to sell, if the Red Sox are going to sell. That American League, they're kind of on the periphery right there of being in contention in that American League. But in Chapman, you get another guy coming in who has experience, who's done it in big spots, in big games. I think you definitely need 2 guys, and I think you need a legitimate shutdown arm in that bullpen, basically. Because, again, we've said it all along. You look at the bullpen that pitched against the Mets. Hoffman's not there anymore. Estevez isn't there anymore. Alvarado's not going to be there anymore. That's 3 guys out, and the only guy they brought in is Jordan Romano, and he has an ERA over 7. And I don't think any Phillies pitcher in the history of the Phillies has done worse in his first 35 or 36 games than Jordan Romano. So clearly you cannot throw him out there in the 9th inning to try to get, Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, and Freddie Freeman out.
I would agree with that. I think he's on the DFA path right now. I would be surprised if he's even possibly here. I mean, I don't know. I think it was Wednesday night when he had what was the night of the inside the park home run?
Tuesday night.
Right, Tuesday night, and we might have talked about this Wednesday, but his post-game interview, he looked like a broken man. I mean, he looked like a guy who's like, I'm doing everything I can. My velocity's there. I just can't get anybody out. He looked like a guy who was broken.
Yeah, I mean, and it's, it shows you what it means to these guys. Sometimes we kind of tend to view these guys as cartoon characters or robots or something, and we don't understand, like, how devastating it can be for them to not be able to perform up to standards. And with me, Romano, there's just too much inconsistency, Mike. Sometimes, it's outing to outing. Sometimes it's pitch to pitch. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen anything like it. He throws a fastball 98 miles an hour, and then the next pitch is 93 right down the middle. And you can't trust that, inconsistency in the postseason. So, yeah, to me, before you even go get a bat or something, I'll live with the offense. I'll live with the inconsistency of the offense. I'll cross my fingers and I'll hope that Schwarber gets hot or Harper gets hot or Castellanos gets hot or they all get hot at once. But I know the current Philadelphia Phillies bullpen is not good enough to win playoff series, and that has to be fixed in the next 2-3 weeks.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Would a deal like I hate to bring guys back, but like a Dominguez, Soto, that level of pitcher, does that do anything?
I think that can be the secondary guy, Mike, but I want a guy, and you think about during this run that's happened since 2022, right, when this current streak started, they've never had that guy. They've never had that Brad Lidge guy at the back end of the bullpen, that lights-out guy. They've never had that dominant closer. They've kind of always mixed and meld and tried to do it with secondary guys or something. I think enough of that. Go get me a guy. Look, the Phillies and the Mets have about the same record. You know, they're both flawed teams. Their lineups are both kind of top-heavy at times. Their lineups are inconsistent. You know, you look at the Mets, they have the great win on Tuesday night down in Baltimore, and then they go lose a doubleheader yesterday. But if the Mets and Phillies were to hook up in a series, I would give the Mets the edge for one reason. Their bullpen with Edwin Diaz in the back is going to be more reliable than the Phillies bullpen. The Phillies need somebody to counter that. And
Mike,
I would go get a guy.
That's an interesting conversation, right? It's the Mets have the better back end. The Phillies definitively have the better front end. So what's better come playoff time? The better starting staff or the better end of the game? Last year, it seemingly was the better end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, history will tell you, Mike, when you look at the postseason, it is that bullpen. Look at game one of the Mets series last year. Didn't Wheeler leave that game? I forget, he was either up 1-0 or 2-1, and then the Mets come back and rip apart the Phillies bullpen and win that game and eventually win the series. So as good as your starting pitching is, right, the starting pitcher, unless he's going to go 9, you're going to have to go get guys, are going to have to get key outs in 8th and 9th innings, and you're going to figure that a lot of those games are going to be maybe low scoring, close scoring. So, yeah, I mean, history has said you better have a bullpen to win in October. And look, I think we all agree that right now the Phillies bullpen is in no way, shape, or form ready for October.
I thought you were going to say in shambles, and I was going to agree with you.
Yeah, that too. That too.
All right, we are at the All-Star break after this weekend. When we come back on Monday, Mike and I will talk about this first half between the Phillies and the Mets, because right now the Braves are actually behind the Marlins in the standings. So this looks like a definitive two-team race. We'll see where the two teams sit at the end of the first half of the baseball season, which wraps up this weekend. They are a game and a half apart. Phillies 54-39. The Mets are 53-41. And those two teams play in August and once in September, and we'll see if they have a rematch in October. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City will be a part of it here on the Sports Bash. Before we let you go, Jason Stark at The Athletic, he has his midseason Cy Young. Skeens or Wheeler? If you had a vote, who you got?
Yeah, I've got Wheeler. He's just pitched better over the first half of the season than Skeens. Skeens has been remarkable. I know their stats are almost exactly the same, but if you look at their last couple of outings, Wheeler has gone deeper into games and been more effective, especially the last 2 or 3 starts. So as of today, I'm going to give that award to Wheeler. I think he's pitched slightly better than Skeens, and it's based on Wheeler going deeper into the games, like the complete game he threw last Sunday. The last couple of outings, Skeens has been really good, but he's been in that 5-inning range, high pitch count, a lot of strikeouts. I give it to Wheeler because he's gone deeper into games.
All right, and he agrees. Zach Wheeler was his pick for the first half Cy Young Award. He also had, I would say Charlie Manuel, Rob Thompson in an interesting spot for his manager of the year. A lot of people like to pick on Topper, but is Topper actually a positive for this team?
Well, I think the way he sort of runs the team, obviously works. I mean, I understand that all managers kind of become lightning rods and stuff like that, but look at this team since Rob Thompson took it over. They've been to the playoffs every year. They've been to a World Series. They've been to Game 7 of the National League Championship Series. Now, things haven't worked out or resulted in a world title, but the Phillies have been around a long time, Mike, and a lot of years they've struggled. And what is this right now? One of the top 5 eras in Phillies history, at least. I mean, you put the 76-80 group that won a World Series, and obviously you go 07 to 011 that won a World Series. But after that, this stretch of success, I mean, and you look at past history of the Phillies, this might be the next best stretch of success they've had, over a couple of sustained years. So you got to give Thompson credit for that.
All right, Mike. Well, plenty to talk about in the second half, I'm sure. Plus, we will be zoning in on the trade deadline, All-Star break next week. Mike McGarry has plenty of coverage of the Phillies, local sports, and more over at thepressofatlanticcity.com. Thanks, Mike.
All right, we'll see you down the road, Michael. Thank you.
As always, Mike McGarry here on a Sports Bash Happy Hour Friday. And we'll get some Happy Hour Friday picks for you. We had a nice delivery. We'll talk about that a little bit later on in the show tonight about our Happy Hour Friday delivery. But when we come back, Skeens or Wheeler? Jason Stark, the Hall of Fame baseball writer, made his pick. I told you who it was, but why did he go Wheeler over Skeens? Plus, where did Rob Thompson land on his first half manager of the year ballot? That's next. This is the Sports Bash live on a Friday on 97.3 ESPN. Stick around. Bob Wankel talks Phillies and Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. My Friday 5 on the NFL Week 10. Week 10. We are already at Week 10. We've been doing the Friday 5 for 10 summer weeks already on Sportsmanlike Moment of the Day. It's all still to come. 252 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The Friday Fives coming up. Week 10 of the NFL. Stick around for that. I'll give you my 5 favorite games of Week 10 in the NFL. We also got a big boxing event coming to Atlantic City next Friday. Not next Friday, the following Friday.
Friday, July 25th, so a couple weeks from now.
Next Friday's the 18th.
Right. Sports Bash with Mike Gill will be there.
Which, by the way, on the 18th, the Sports Bash will be on location back at Ventnor Social with the Lombardi Trophy.
Right.
So we'll be back at Ventnor Social on the 18th. And the following Friday,
we'll be at Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City with 3 South Jersey boxers, 2 Philadelphia fighters in action, as well as the WBC Silver Junior Flyweight title, undefeated heavyweight junior Bruce Selden Jr., and Philadelphia Super Lightweight Diane Butt will be among the fighters in action. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com for the boxing event of the summer season. And yes, the Sports Bash with Mike Gill will be live on location Friday, July 25th.
the case for Wheeler from Jason Stark over at The Athletic. He picks him over Skeens for the Cy Young. He says Wheeler leads Skeens and the entire National League in whip, strikeouts, strikeout rate, and opponent's average. He also leads Skeens in innings per start, pitches per start, quality starts, and super quality starts, which is 7 innings. Now, I like the super quality start number. That's a number I can get behind. 7 innings, no more than 2 earned runs allowed. The quality start is very average, 4.50 ERA. The super quality start, 7 innings, no more than 2 earned runs. I'm in on that one. So what does that tell us? He says he goes with Wheeler over Skeens for the Cy Young. For the manager of the year in the National League, he has Rob Thompson in the top 5, coming in at number 5 as the best manager in the National League on his midseason ballot. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. No Phils until 9:40 tonight, so no lineup is out. But the Phillies lineup is always brought to you by Instant Services, the tri-state area's premier HVAC, plumbing, electrical service provider. Go instantservices.com to see how you can win 4 Phillies Hall of Fame Club tickets. We're going to be talking Phillies with Bob Wankel, host of the Fightin' Words podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. And, of course, right here on a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat on a Sports Bash Friday. Right now, All-Star break. Here's the number. Text in. You're driving around. You're listening to the show right now. Phillies related. 609-403-0973. How confident are you that Dave Dombrowski will make a significant move that will change your outlook on the Phillies season? 609-403-0973. How confident are you that Dave Dombrowski will make a significant move to change your outlook on this Phillies team? Now, there's a couple of ways they could do this. One, they make a trade, big trade, right? And that big trade brings in a guy. To me, that big trade means they got a guy that hits number 4 in the lineup or number 5 in the lineup and pushes everybody back one. A guy who bats right-handed and basically usurps Alec Boehm from the 4 hole and pushes him back. They get a leadoff guy that we talked about yesterday. You get a guy like Stephen Kwan. He hits leadoff. Although he's left-handed, that makes it kind of tough. But he can hit leadoff like Bryson Stott was. And then he moves Turner back to 2, Harper to 3, Schwarber to 4. And then Bohm moves to 5. Would you rather get a guy, keep Turner 1, Schwarber 2, Harper 3, and then they get a guy to hit 4? Or get a guy to hit 1 and push everybody back 1 that way? 2 different ways to do it. 2 different ways to do it, right? You get the guy at the top of the lineup, push everybody back 1, or you get the guy at the back end of the lineup, in the middle of the lineup and push everybody back kind of 1. Then, the other possibility, okay, 609-403-0973, a couple text messages already coming in. Your level of confidence that Dave Dombrowski will make a move of significance to change your outlook on the season. So right now, I think most people listening think this is a playoff team, but not a World Series championship team. I think most people listening right now think this is a playoff team, but not a World Series best team in the league. Can they win the World Series? Yeah. But are they the favorite? Not really. We all know that. So can Dave Dombrowski do something that will change your outlook on this baseball team? I think we're all kind of waiting to see, as there was an interesting article over at The Athletic about this. And the article essentially talked about the fact that Dave Dombrowski has not really gone for it in his time here, right? He has not yet really made that signature move that is memorable. He hasn't made that move that makes us all kind of say, hey, that's the signature move that he has made to change the outlook of this baseball team. But ultimately, do you look at a situation and say, hey, you look at what Dave Dombrowski has done at other places, we know that it's in him. We know that he can make that big move. We know that he can make the big trade. Has he just been kind of waiting and waiting and waiting? You know, I want to look at that. One of the articles over at The Athletic from Matt Gelb that he wrote that I thought really stood out to me. Okay, there was a part of it that really stood out to me that said the Phillies says whether that comes from, he says the Phillies for now sound more willing to trade bigger prospect chips for controllable big leaguers, especially a shutdown late inning reliever. The Phillies have a top-heavy farm system. Major league sources said initial indications are the Phillies want to shop this July in a more expensive aisle than a rental one, and they have the prospects to do it. It's something that they really haven't had in the past. Now, you'd say they have the same guys, Crawford, Miller, Painter, Abel, they've all been here the last couple of years, and you'd be right about that. You'd be right about that. But now those guys are all closer to the big leagues. They're all closer to the big leagues, something that has not been the case in the past. He says whether that comes to fruition through a larger acquisition remains to be seen. The Phillies talked last winter about being creative and engage various clubs in trade discussions, but they were unwilling to sacrifice top prospects. They settled for one-year free agent contracts with Max Kepler, Jordan Romano, and Joe Ross. So what the Phillies essentially tried to do this offseason is do what the Eagles have done. Take the one-year flyer and see if it works out. It hasn't. And now they must do their job by improving on that. Bob Wankel, the Fighting Words Podcast. It's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat here on your drive home in the summertime, getting you ready to talk some Phils, as this team has obviously given us plenty to talk about every single week. But the story stays the same, Bob. But are there indications finally in Dave Dombrowski's, I don't want to say final years here. I don't know when Dave wants to give this up, when he's done kind of doing his job. But is it finally the time? We've heard so much about Dave. Every article you read is Dave Dombrowski is known to make the moves. He's always been aggressive. I haven't seen it. Have you seen it? But is this the year that his background finally seeps into this Phillies organization?
Yeah, I think it's possible. I mean, look, they've been pretty conservative at the deadline the past few seasons. Obviously, that has not worked out. Certainly last year, they were having a historic year, one of their best in franchise history. They did not go all in. That team, as time went on, it looked more and more obvious that it needed a shakeup. It needed a jolt. And I think those past failures, you take something from that. And I think that if you watch this team, I think Dave knows that they have a contender here. There is no team in baseball right now that is truly head and shoulders above any of the other. And you have the Zach Wheeler clock ticking. You have a veteran core. You only get so many shots. And I think it's just a number of different factors sort of combining that are going to set them up to try to be aggressive at the deadline.
All right, let me get your take on it. People love to hear names, so let's throw some names out there. We heard the last couple of days, Jeff Passan at ESPN, Clase and Kwan. Very intriguing names. The level of player you need to give up to get them would be what?
Well, I think if you're going to get both of them in a package, it's going to include a Miller, a Crawford, and maybe an Abel and maybe even someone else, maybe even a Brandon Marsh going out. And the reason why I throw Marsh into that is because he's still controllable. He had a disastrous April. He's been very productive since. He can probably play left field for you, and he gives you some help immediately and then also beyond 2025. That is a significant package. Like, you're going to have to make it. It's going to hurt to bring in both of those guys. Kwan is an all-star. He's an elite left fielder defensively. He could probably stand out in center and give you what you have now. He's a table setter type, high on base guy, impact player. And if you're going to get a player like that, it's going to hurt on the way out.
All right, so I want to get your opinion on this. We were debating this before you came on, Bob Wankel. Of course, you could check out the podcast, as always, over at the Fighting Words Podcast. Get it on all podcasting platforms. Him and Anthony, always a great listen. Would you prefer Kwan hits leadoff? Does he bat leadoff? Turner goes back to 2. Harper 3, Schwarber 4, and it pushes everybody back 1? Or would you prefer to keep Turner 1? Kwan's a left-handed bat, so that puts you in a bind in that situation. So do you look for would you prefer a right-handed bat that hits 4th and pushes everybody back 1? Or a Kwan who's also a left-handed bat and have a leadoff guy and push everybody back 1? What's the better scenario?
Well, I think in a perfect world, the better option is a middle-of-the-order bopper that hits right-handed. But, again, who is that player? Who's the guy? Who's the guy that can step in and do that and play a spot defensively where you're able to have a void that needs to be filled? So, to me, the table setter type is probably the more available. If they were to acquire a guy like Kwan, I probably would hit him lead off, and I probably would hit Turner too. Trey Turner's done a nice job out of leadoff spot this year, certainly, but I don't think that they're married to him being a leadoff guy, and I don't think that Trey Turner feels like he has to hit leadoff by any stretch. So I think that's how you would do it. But again, it's about availability. Who is going to be in? And even this Guardians team that, Phillies are linked to these AL Central teams in both Minnesota and Cleveland, but the Guardians were in a total free fall, and then they righted the ship this week against a good Astros team. And, again, where is it going to be in 3 weeks? We'll see.
That's, they got, we're talking about 20 days from now. It's the 11th. You've got till the 31st to make a deal. If you got Santana and Bednar, we like throwing names. People like to hear names, Bob. Is that significant enough?
Well, we were talking about this on our show this morning, Anthony Sanfilippo and I. And is there a scenario where the Phillies bring in an offensive piece that is not big name, isn't necessarily a needle mover, and they say, well, Bryce Harper is the true offensive addition. We believe that we're going to get the Bryce Harper that we saw on Wednesday afternoon here on out, and that's enough with a minor tweak offensively. And then in doing so, you bring in multiple bullpen arms. Certainly this team needs bullpen help. Certainly we have talked a lot about the fact that they have the surplus of starting pitching, and that in some way, shape, or form that will probably translate to one of those guys being a solution come October, should they get there. I still think they need two arms. And so I do think if you brought in two guys out of that bullpen and of the caliber of Bednar and Santana, I think that would probably be enough to rectify your bullpen issues on top of maybe using that surplus of starting pitching.
So what level of players do you have to give up to get a Bednar and both of them? Santana, to me, worries me a bit. He profiles a lot like Estevez, not a big swing and miss strikeout guy, strikeouts per 9 down. So he worries me. Bednar, numbers really good, 13 strikeouts per 9, 30 years old. I was at a game at PNC when the eyes come up on the screen, and here comes Renegade, and he comes blasting out of the pen, oh, mama, and I'm like, all right, man, but I don't know that he's getting the last out of the World Series. I don't know that David Bednar's that guy.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, he's also a guy that struggled quite a bit as recently as 2023 and parts of 24, and he's bounced back. He's righted the ship. There's a pedigree there. There is a track record of success, but he has struggled at times. Now he seems to have gotten together again. Is he bona fide, lights out, just get us to the 8th inning and the game is over? Is he that type of solution? I don't know, but he's certainly a significant upgrade over what they have. And you and I have talked a lot about Jordan Romano and what do you do with him. And my thought all along has sort of been, look, there's not a lot in that bullpen. There's enough upside with Romano. And even this season, he's thrown the ball well enough in spurts that you can afford to carry him in super low leverage situations and see if he can figure it out, especially because of the financial investment you've made in him. Then you watch him go out for that second inning on Tuesday night, and it just reaches a point where you go, I don't know. Aren't they better off just taking a shot in the dark with a Seth Johnson or name your other, quad A guy that they have rostered right now? Maybe those guys give you more consistency than a Romano. Is it time to cut ties? And I just wonder if you get to the deadline and you say, all right, now we have enough in place here that we move on, unless he hits another one of these hot streaks here.
It's Tuesday night. He gives up the inside the park home run. Now he faces the music afterwards. I don't know about you, but it sounded like a guy who was broken. It sounded like a guy who just can't figure it out, doesn't know why he can't get anybody out. I'm throwing 97 and I can't get anybody out. I felt like the guy was going to break down into tears.
Yeah, and listen, by all accounts, a really good guy, guy that's easy to root for, wants to win, is certainly bothered by his lack of success here. So you feel for him on a human level, but you also look up and it's the middle of July and you see a guy sporting an ERA in the 7s, and I mean he's essentially been, if you look at his game log, we were talking about this earlier. If you look at Jesus Luzardo, he's made 19 starts this year, and 14 of them have been awesome. 3 of them have been not great, and then 2 have been a disaster. But more often than not, Luzardo's giving you really good stuff. Jordan Romano essentially 3/4 of the time has been fine, and then that quarter of the time has been a disaster. You just can't have that out of the bullpen. Not for a team.
It's funny. So I got a question came in from a listener about giving a grade to Dombrowski's off-season acquisitions. Now this is like July 11th, right? So after the first 2 months of the season, essentially, I said Romano's like a C-. He was like a F in April. And in May, he was actually pretty good. Like, he kind of righted the ship. You felt like he was getting there. Beginning of June, he was actually decent. Now, if I'm grading him today on July 11th, he's probably a D- to an F. But after the month of May, you were like, okay, he's found it. I think a C- is a pretty crappy grade, by the way. But he seemingly went from like, okay, disastrous start, right at the ship, and now he's fallen back off the boat. And I'm at the point, right, you can't trust that guy. I mean, I like what you said, though. Maybe fifth inning, sixth inning, lower leverage situations, and then August, September, you can get him into a seventh inning spot, possibly. What would you do, Bob Wankel, with Alvarado? That's going to be looming here. You put him in higher leverage situations, in situations that he's not going to pitch in the playoffs, or do you want someone else to pitch in those situations because they're going to need them to pitch in those situations in October?
I think where the Phillies are at, the standings is going to predicate how they deal with that to some degree. I mean, look, you have to make the playoffs first. And in a perfect world, you have to win the division first. And if they feel that Jose Alvarado is going to help them do that by getting important outs in the 8th and 9th inning of games, then you have to use that guy while you have him available to you. And the reality of it is that from the left side, especially, I think that there is a very strong chance if everything stays as is now and the playoffs started tomorrow, I think Jesus Luzardo would be the guy getting important outs late in the game from the left side along with Matt Strahm. And so you're not going to do that in August. I don't think that's something that you transition to deep until September, or maybe not even until the playoffs start. So I think you have to use the guys that are going to give you the best chance to win as many games as possible. And I know that sounds super obvious, and I don't mean to state the obvious, but no, I don't think that you hold back on Alvarado because he's not part of the formula come October.
Well, you make a good point. So I would imagine then they don't trade for a left-handed reliever because 3 starting options, one of them is going to be that left-handed reliever. Now, is that guy going to be Zach Eflin from 2022, where he's the starter, goes to the bullpen, and pitches in high-leverage situations, but from the left side?
Yeah, I think it's entirely possible. I think that it probably comes down to Suarez or Luzardo. Right now, in this moment, it certainly feels like it would be Luzardo. Number one, the stuff is better. Number two, he's not been as productive and consistent, but there's so much baseball left to go here that could change 3 different times by the time we get there. But I think it's very likely that you are going to see one of these starters turn into a key reliever, not just a long man type or, this guy got bounced in the 2nd, 3rd inning. Now we need to cover 3 or 4. I'm talking about a guy when you're playing the Mets in a postseason series, you got Juan Soto at the plate, and you're going to a guy like Luzardo in a key spot to get an out. Like I could see that happening.
Listen, I mean, when they did that with Eflin in 2022, he was pitching in the 8th inning, 9th inning. He closed out a couple games, and he had never really done that. Luzardo could be a guy that pitches the 7th or the 8th, and Strahm the opposite guy, or you might see Luzardo. I'm beginning to feel more and more. Plesac did an interview with John Clark, and he said something about how the Phillies starters don't profile as relief pitchers. He was talking about being a 2-pitch pitcher and just mastering those 2 pitches. To me, Sanchez and Suarez, Sanchez and Luzardo are 2 guys that can rely on 2 pitches for an inning and be swing and miss type of guys. Something they really just don't have. They have no swing and miss at all.
For sure. I mean, look, Christopher Sanchez with the changeup it's a plus pitch. It's a premium pitch, and he's also throwing 96, 97. He can dial up to from a weird angle, and so I think that he plays out of the bullpen, in my opinion. Yeah. But he's just been so good, and I think that he really is the guy that makes more sense as a starter. Especially if he can continue to be more efficient with his pitches, which he has been really after the month of April. He's getting deeper into games now more consistently. And so if he remains efficient, I still think he's a guy that is most likely to be in the rotation between Luzardo, Suarez, and himself. I think he is the most likely guy to stick in the rotation.
So they have Painter. You watched Painter the other night. What's going on there?
To see a guy that isn't quite as sharp and isn't quite as overpowering with his stuff. right now, and I think there could be a couple different things going there on there. One, I know people suggest maybe he's just bored. Like, how much more can this guy do? He was supposed to be up here last year before he got hurt. Like, it's just time to do it and see how he fares. Like, let's get the bright lights on him, and that extra boost of energy will be what makes him effective. I don't really think it's that simple. I mean, you're talking about a young kid who has not navigated professional hitters at this level ever. So I think there's going to be some growing pains at times. And two, I mean, this guy had a serious injury that he's coming back from. And now his velocity is still really good. It's not like he's sitting at 94 and there's concerns about his arm, but like there are a long list of established pitchers that have come off of significant injuries and time missed that aren't right in this moment. Like,
look at Alcantara right now.
Look at Alcantara. Look at Spencer Strider. So, like, if you're going to give some of those guys a little bit of benefit of the doubt, then a 22-year-old kid that's yet to throw a major league pitch, like, look, there's going to be some growing pains here. Now, that being said, I think he's been better than his numbers suggest at times. He's gotten himself into a little bit of trouble here and there, but he's been able to pitch around it. The other night, he was pretty good for 5 innings. The 6th is where things unraveled on him. I don't think he's far away. I don't think he's a bust. I think if you're talking about him being untouchable, nothing has happened in the last 5 to 6 weeks in terms of the results that should make you feel any different about what Andrew Painter is going to be long term. Not to say that I bet my mortgage that he's going to be a 10-time All-Star, but there's just nothing that's happened in the last 6 weeks that changes the outlook on him at all.
So, in your mind right now, it seemed like a fait accompli that he was going to come up at some point. Does he make any impact on the 2025 Phillies?
I think he's going to get a look. I mean, so long as he remains healthy, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him out of the break. I mean, Taijuan Walker, to his credit, did a very nice job in San Francisco the other night. He hasn't been perfect this season, but he's been pretty competitive for them, especially considering the lack of defined role. And so kudos to him for that. And for $18 million a year, you expect that.
Yes.
Even if you look at what he's given you in recent seasons. That all being said, like, how many more Taijuan Walker starts do you need to see?
None.
Aaron Nola
Zero.
probably comes back mid-August. I mean, that's what he told me to my face. I have no reason to believe that timeline is any different at this point. So you could use that spot in the rotation 3 to 4 more times. And again, if you have concerns about Painter's usage, if you have concerns about Suarez, who didn't hold up last year, you have concerns about Christopher Sanchez, who's thrown a ton the past 2 years, Jesus Luzardo throwing innings that he's not accustomed to throwing. Could you go to a 6-man rotation for a little bit and get a few more starts out of Andrew Painter that way, and then make a determination of whether or not he can stick around in the postseason roster? Yeah, like, I think you could get creative doing that.
All right, well, I know 20 days left to go, so that means 2 more Fridays before the deadline. A Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat will be on that. We'll see if this is the year for Dave Dombrowski. He's got 4 guys. There are other guys. Does he go to the mid-level prospects and just get mid-level return, or is this the year they really want to get a high-ticket item? He knows he's got an aging team. We all know that, so he might take one big swing and place it right in the middle of this lineup or right at the end of this bullpen. We'll find out by July 31st. Check out the Fighting Words podcast. Bob Wankel and Anthony Sanfilippo. It's on all podcasting platforms. And, of course, on a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Bob, have a good weekend, man.
All right, thanks, Mike. Talk soon.
There he goes. Bob Wankel, everybody, here on the Sports Bash live on a Friday edition. It's a happy hour Friday. Happy hour Friday. Oh, man, it's been a crazy week with all the rain and everything. It's been up and down and all around, but we got so much more to go, including our NFL Friday 5. Yeah, NFL season. We're getting close to it. The Eagles report to training camp on the 22nd. That's less than 2 weeks from today. Yeah, by this time next Friday, it's going to be just 3 days to Eagles training camp. But I got my Friday 5 for week number 10 coming up, plus the unsportsmanlike moment of the day, football at 4, the Nuggets, and more on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. right, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Time for the Friday 5. My 5 favorite NFL games, Week 10, Josh. Week 10, which tells us we are 8 weeks away from the NFL season starting each and every week on the Friday 5 in the summertime. I'm giving you the 5 best games of the week outside the Eagles game, ranking them 5 favorite. And then during that week in the regular season, we will look back on the summertime Friday 5 and see if my 5 games from the summer are my 5 games in the fall. Now, I will say I lost Week 7. I don't know what happened to my Week 7 group of games. I have all the games saved in a spreadsheet. Week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. Something happened to 7.
Did the dog eat your homework?
Don't know. I have to go back to Week 7 and figure that back out. But Week 10 in the NFL, can you believe we're 10 weeks in of doing this already? We've been doing the Friday 5 this summer for 10 weeks.
I love it because that means we're closer to football season.
8 weeks away. We started the division previews on Thursday. We got the Friday 5 on Fridays, which means football is right around. Are we rushing through the summer? We don't care.
Can it be both? Yes and no. It's like, yes, we're rushing, but no, it's football season coming.
All right, Week 10, here we go. It's not a great schedule. I know you think I say this every week, but
every week.
It's hard to find 5 good games. See what you think. Number 5, Sunday Night Football on 97.3 ESPN. By the way, the Eagles play Monday night this week.
That's the game coming off the bye.
Green Bay. That's the Monday night game. So the Monday night game wasn't available to me. But the Sunday night game, Pittsburgh and the Chargers. This could be for AFC wild card. This could be for AFC playoff positioning. Week 10, Friday 5. Game 5, Pittsburgh Chargers.
Also, there are 2 more peculiar individuals than Jim Harbaugh and Aaron Rodgers. Can we put them in a room together for like 10 minutes? That'd be odd entertainment, like reality television.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Harbaugh coach Rodgers.
Can he interview Rodgers? That would be funny.
That would be good. Number 4 in the Friday 5, Baltimore, Minnesota. A lot of purple.
A lot of purple
in this game. I keep putting Minnesota in these Friday 5s. They might be a team where you're like 10 weeks in. Are they still in the Friday 5? Right now, I have them in there because I think they were a 14-win team last year. They might be in the playoff mix. Baltimore's the Super Bowl contender. I don't think Minnesota is on that level.
This will be a fascinating game as well because at this point in the season...
Got another Harbaugh, by the way.
Another Harbaugh. John Harbaugh.
Not quite as quirky.
No, not quite as quirky. He's more stoic. But guess what? Minnesota, this could be the part of the schedule where we really find out, are they contenders or not? And Baltimore, I'm curious to find out, does Derrick Henry do what he says he's going to do? Did you hear Derrick Henry says he wants to rush for 2,000 yards this year?
Copycat.
That's exactly what happened. He says he wants to outdo Saquon.
Speaking of that, okay, I got these odds the other day. Since you brought it up, I just remembered that I got these odds sent to me.
I'm here to help.
The last running back to win back-to-back rushing titles was Derrick Henry. At 30 years old, he had 1,921 yards, 18 total touchdowns. That was last year. Saquon Barkley won the rushing title last year with 2,005 yards. Barkley is plus 250. Henry's plus 400. Who's the better bet?
Henry. Because I do think Saquon, if you just go by history of 2,000-yard rushers, there's always a bit of a regression the next year. Now, I'm not saying he's going to regress all the way down, but I just don't foresee him getting 2,000 again.
Got to stump the sports geek question on a Friday.
Okay.
Can you name the last 10 rushing champions?
Like the last 10 years?
Yeah, from 2024 back to 2015.
Well, you said Saquon and Derrick Henry, so that's 2 of them.
Henry won back-to-back, so he's 2 of the 10, plus Barkley.
I know Ezekiel Elliott did it one year.
He did. Actually did it twice, but not back-to-back.
He didn't do it back-to-back, no. But I know he did it.
Twice.
Who else would be on this list?
Going back to 2015.
2015.
So Zeke Elliott did it in 16 and 18. Elliott did it in 19 and 20.
Was 2015 Le'Veon Bell?
It was not.
Okay. Is Doug Martin on this list somewhere?
He is not.
Okay. I'm trying to think of random guys who like.
There's a random guy in there.
There's a random guy in here?
Yep.
Because there always is a random.
He's random, but like not random.
Did Aaron Jones lead the league in rushing one year?
He did not. Now you're just throwing out names.
Josh Jacobs.
Josh Jacobs did win the rushing title in 2022.
2022. Okay. Kind of messes up my timeline. I thought it was 2020.
The one guy who's kind of random, he only had 1,327 yards that year.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like nothing.
I wonder if that was a 16-game season, I'm imagining.
I'm imagining. What year was it?
2017.
That's a 16, yeah. They didn't start doing the 17 until after 2020.
So it was Adrian Peterson,
What
Zeke
year?
Elliott,
Okay, so Peterson, Elliott.
Kareem Hunt was the
The Chiefs.
Zeke Elliott again, back-to-back Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor,
Oh, I forgot about that.
Josh Jacobs, Christian McCaffrey,
Oh, yeah, C-Mac.
and then Barkley.
And Barkley.
There you go. I don't even remember how that just came up, but
Well, Derrick Henry plays the Vikings in Week 10. How
That's
about
right.
that? Let's bring it back
formerly
to Week 10 in the
Adrian
NFL.
Peterson's team.
Yes.
Number 3 on the list, Arizona, Seattle. This one could be for wild card. It could be for NFC West if Arizona and Seattle surprise a little bit. Again, I said it's not a great schedule. Arizona, Seattle, Geno Smith against Kyler Murray. And they were talking about on
Geno's on the Raiders.
Oh, that's right. It's Sam Darnold. My bad.
Yeah.
They were talking about Kyler Murray, whether or not on Sportsmanlike this week, whether he should have more pressure on him as the number 1 overall pick.
I think he should. Come on, this is the year to put up or shut up, man. They've put the pieces around you now. This is the second year of Jonathan Gannon. You've gotten the first year, kinks out of the way. This is the year that if Kyler Murray is going to step up, this is the year.
Number 2, San Francisco and the Rams. These two teams probably at the top of the NFC West, but also possibly number 1 seed, playoff positioning, home field. These two teams probably are closer to the Eagles than the Arizona-Seattle group of NFC West teams.
And for anyone who read the book, The Why is Everything, you would know that Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan are frenemies. They are friendly enemies. They used to work together in Washington, and they butted heads a lot. They're both very strong-willed individuals who look at football differently.
Best game of the week, number 1, Washington, Detroit. That is a must-see game, possibly in Week 10 of the NFL. Washington, Detroit, it's the Fox 425 game that week. By the way, Rams and Niners are also Fox 425. So you get Detroit, Washington, Rams, and Niners. Tough one to pick from on that Sunday afternoon. Which one are you watching?
Red Zone.
I'm out on the red zone. It's only 3 4:00 games that week.
By the way, speaking of the Lions, new Lions safety Avonte Maddox and K. May yesterday with Dallas Goedert. Did you see that?
I saw your article, but I didn't see who the people were. I did see that Landon Dickerson was around somewhere yesterday.
He was in Cape May along. He was different place, but it was for those who want to see the pictures. Go to 973ESPN.com. But Maddox and Goddard, who used to be roommates, they're still hanging out together, even though they're not on teammates anymore.
Maddox is a pit guy, so I'm out.
I know you are, but
I'm
it was
just
still
kidding.
it was still cool that he helped you win a championship.
All right, by the way, let's go back to so those are Friday 5 favorite games of Week 10.
Yes.
Pitt, Chargers, Balt, Mini, Zona, Seattle, San Fran, Rams, Washington, Detroit.
For your consideration, did you think about Buffalo, Miami?
I did.
Games in Miami in November.
Thought about that one. I think that was the other one that was like the wild card. The only other one that I gave any consideration to other than that one was Jacksonville and Houston. I think Houston will be pretty good. Can Jacksonville with the new coach, surprise? They've been a disappointment the last 2 years, but if that could be a game in Week 10, that might have some AFC South implications. So, and then, as I said, by the way, their Thursday night game that week is Vegas and Denver. You have a London game that week. Actually, it's in Germany. We always call it the London game.
But it's just the international.
It's just a Europe game or something. But, yeah, it's Atlanta and Indianapolis, 9:30 in the morning. Real quick, some of the betting lines on the rushing yards. Barkley's the favorite. Henry is 2. Who do you think is 3?
Josh Jacobs.
He is 1, 3, 4. 3 is tied for. He's tied for 5th.
It's time for 5th.
14-1.
Solid odds. I wouldn't mind running with that. I think he's going to get a heavy workload this year for whatever reason. And for whatever reason, LaFleur doesn't want to trust Jordan Love to go all out.
Yeah, it's Barkley, Henry. Barkley's plus 250. Henry's plus 400.
Is Ashton Genty.
Genty's plus 1,600. Bijan Robinson is third at plus 1,000. McCaffrey's 1,000. Jamar Gibbs is plus 1,400. Josh Jacobs is 1,400. Genty's 1,600. Did I say 16,000? He's 1,600. Bucky Irving, 2,200. Chuba Hubbard, 2,500. Kyron Williams, 2,500. Breece Hall, 2,800. Devon Achane, 4,000 plus 4,000. Joe Mixon, Kenneth Walker, Aaron Jones, Chase Brown. Now you're getting into
Now you're just naming guys.
Now you're getting deep into it. Isaiah Pacheco, DeAndre Swift are all plus 8,000. So there's not really a name on this list like deeper. I don't know where the cutoff is where you feel there's some value there. Joe Mixon plus 4,500.
That's too low. He's gonna get the workload. I think Ashton Genty's a dark horse. They're gonna use him with the Raiders. I think he's gonna be dynamic.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. By the way, the receiving yards leaders. The last 10 years. How many do you think you can name? You got 2 minutes.
Justin Jefferson.
1.
Jamar Chase.
2.
10 years, right?
Yep, back to 2015.
I feel like DeAndre Hopkins had to be back in the day.
He was not.
Dagnabbit. Who would be a receiving leader in the last 10 years?
Yep, this is easy. Come on.
What about DK Metcalf?
Nope.
Antonio Brown?
He is on the list.
Okay, so he was like 15, 16, 17, that range.
2017.
Was one of the years CeeDee Lamb?
No.
I feel like a Cowboy had to be on this list somewhere. Was one year, was Des Bryant still playing back in the day?
He was playing back in the day, but I don't know about one of these days.
I
mean, there's some obvious ones on this list.
I'm sure there are. I'm just drawing a blank on some of them. Let me think here. Oh, Odell Beckham Jr. Was he on there?
He is not.
What about Jarvis Landry?
Nope.
Didn't Jarvis Landry lead the league in receptions one year?
Receptions and not receiving yards.
Oh, receiving yards. Well, bleep me. Not Landry.
Getting older.
Tyreek Hill.
He is on the list.
No. He wouldn't be on the list. No. He was not. Julio Jones.
Twice.
I almost said another Atlanta receiver. I realized I would have been wrong. How many left do I have?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I have 4 left.
Yep. You got Chase Jefferson. Jones was on twice, and Antonio Brown.
So I have 4 left.
I would say some of these are easier than the ones you've already gotten.
Devontae Adams?
Nope.
Like
you get one more guess.
You get one more guess.
If you get it right, you get another guess.
If you get it wrong, we're done.
That's right.
Got it.
I'm running out of time here.
I understand. I understand the rules of engagement, sir. Let me see here. Who would be on this list? What about Stephon Diggs?
That is correct. 2020.
Oh boy, that was like my big guess right there. Who else would be on this list? What about Keenan Allen?
That is incorrect.
All right.
T.Y. Hilton in
I would
2016.
never remember that.
Michael Thomas in 2019.
Oh, the Saints, yes.
Cooper Kupp in 2021. Chase, Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp, Stephon Diggs, Michael Thomas, Julio Jones, Antonio Brown, T.Y. Hilton, and Julio Jones in 2015. The favorite for receiving yards this year is
Justin Jefferson.
He is number 2 at plus 750.
Oh.
Jamar Chase is the favorite at plus 450. Nico Collins is plus 750. Brian Thomas Jr. is next at plus 1,000. CeeDee Lamb, Malik Neighbors plus 1,000. Puka Nacua, 1,400. Tyreek Hill, 2,000. A.J. Brown, 2,500. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 2,500. Drake London, 2,500. Brandon Ayuk, 3,300. Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith and Jigba, 3,300. Devontae Adams, T. Higgins, and Terry McLaurin, plus 4,000. Brock Bowers, plus 5,000.
Now you're just naming names.
So that's the cutoff. Marvin Harrison Jr.
You already said the guy who I think is the dark horse, by the way.
Chris Olave. Devontae Smith, plus 6,600. George Pickens, Jamison Williams. There's some good receivers in there.
If I'm throwing,
Jaden Waddle, who you named before.
if I was to throw in a dark horse, though, $10, Puka.
There you go.
He
All
is
right.
going to get a lot of targets with the Rams.
Friday 5, our unsportsmanlike moment of the day is up next here, plus football at 4, Knicks Nuggets, and more on the Sports Bash.
Look, I think Tampa Bay doesn't get enough credit for consecutive division titles, and the way Baker Mayfield played last year, he outplayed someone like Matthew Stafford, and their defense was average, but I think their defense will be better this year, and I think Tampa Bay is actually a contender for the Super Bowl.
Mike Tannenbaum on Unsportsmanlike is our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. He thinks that Tampa Bay is a contender for the Super Bowl. Now, he said something that kind of stands out. They don't get enough credit for winning those back-to-back NFC South championships. Is he right about that? As we're looking at teams that could be challengers to the Eagles' crown, Tampa Bay has been a thorn in the Eagles' side over the year. So is Tampa Bay a team that can win a Super Bowl? Do we not give them enough credit in year number 3 now of this group? They're almost like the Phillies. They've been together. It's like, hey, bleeper, get off the pot with this group of like Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, the quarterback,
Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield. His name was escaping me. I'm getting old, Josh. I'm getting old. Bucky Irving now, the running back there. So they have an exciting running back. Do they have that under-the-radar quality about them? Mike Tannenbaum thinks they do.
Well, Mike, you're a guy who has refused to pick the Bucs in recent years to win the division, but they won the division anyway. Both times you picked against them in the preseason, it was like the one division you just can't get your finger on properly. Is this the year you finally pick the Bucs to win the division?
I like the Bucs this year probably better than I have the last couple of years. I like the continuity, the fact that they've been together. Now, I know they were talking about Carolina being a team that could go from worst to first, one of those type of teams this year.
Yeah, Tannenbaum said they had no chance.
The problem for me is the schedule for the NFC South teams, I think, is too tough for them to, like, surprise a bunch of teams. Usually the team that does that is the team that finished in last place. The crossover games, they get the easier divisions, and then they have the last place 3 other games, and then that's how they put a bunch of wins together. Carolina doesn't profile for that for me.
No, they don't. And I'm getting the feeling there's only 2 teams in this division have a chance to even make the playoffs. It's the Bucs and the Falcons.
Falcons are, I don't know what to think of Penix. I mean, they've got weapons there. You got Bijan. We talked about Bijan Robinson in the Friday 5 being third in the rushing
odds.
The odds. Drake London's up there for receiving. They've got weapons. They have the ability to make plays. Penix is a wild card here. Their offensive line is meh. They did go out and add some defense. That's going to be a fun division, though. Those 2 teams, and then, as some people have said, is Carolina a dark horse there. Then the Saints with Kellen Moore. I think this year, we don't even know what their quarterback situation looks like at this stage of the game on July 11th.
They don't know what their quarterback situation
is.
Right.
It's almost 4 o'clock on July 11th. Do you know who your quarterback is?
Saints don't.
Coming up on the other side, football at 4 today, we're going to look at the Eagles' offensive keys to get back to a Super Bowl. We're talking about teams that can knock them off. That's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Listen to Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings from 6 to 10 with Evan, Michelle, and Canty right here on 97.3 ESPN. We've got football at 4 coming up, plus Knicks Nuggets are back right here on a happy hour Friday edition of the Sports Bash. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Well, we are inside almost 1 week now. Tuesday will be 1 week till Eagles report. Wednesday, they'll be on the field. 55 days until the Eagles begin the regular season against the Dallas Cowboys. We've got you covered. What is the key to another Eagles Super Bowl run with an offense that was highly explosive but has some new faces calling the plays? Let's get into that now. For today's edition of Football at 4, Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast joins me for another edition of Football at 4 on the Sports Bash. Adam, happy Friday, buddy.
Same to you, Mike. Yeah, so I wanted to kind of take a look at this because we've talked about this with our Patreon group. What would it take for the Eagles to make another Super Bowl run? You obviously have questions for training camp. We'll do that another time. But how could they get back to the Super Bowl? What needs to happen? Well, we know that they're only going to have one new starter on offense at right guard, so that's we'll discuss that later. But the big thing, Mike, is now Jalen Hurts will have a sixth play caller as a professional quarterback. Remember, he had Peterson in year one in 2020, Nick Sirianni for around the first half of 21, then Shane Steichen took over to finish that season, and then, as you know, he had 2022. Then after that, he became the head coach of the Colts. 23, Brian Johnson. He was let go. Kellen Moore last season. He's now the Saints head coach. And now, Kevin Patullo, Mike. So we've talked about Patullo a while. What you're looking for to have a smooth transition. We've talked about that. This is Hurts' fifth year with Patullo. Patullo knows him very well. I'm told they have a very good working relationship. He knows the strengths, the weaknesses, and what Jalen likes. And I expect them to have a very good communication. It's the thing that, Mike, we've talked about before is where Nick Sirianni's got to have his hands off of this. I know that Nick's very close to Kevin. This is not a secret. But he's got to let Kevin, who's a first-time play caller, grow in the job. But there's got to be a smooth transition going from Moore to Patullo.
Yeah, that's number one is you take a look at Moore last year to Kevin Patullo. How much freedom did Kellen Moore have? And there is that group of people out there that are wondering now that the relationship between Patullo and Nick is closer. Will Nick feel like he can cross that line? Did Kellen Moore did a good job of kind of giving him the Heisman?
Well, I thought that Kellen did a good job of adjusting from a guy that is a heavy 11 personnel play caller, and then it's probably a lot of 10 if he had a good group of receivers. Like with the Chargers, as I understand it, that Kellen not only did he run a lot of 11, he wanted to run a lot of 10, but that was a season where Keenan Allen unfortunately got hurt. Josh Palmer got hurt, so he didn't have enough receivers. But you adjust to the personnel you have, and Kellen did a really good job. And I've said this before, it's a shame, good for Kellen to become a head coach, but Moore and Hurts really grew late in the season. We've talked about the Pittsburgh game, best game he's had in 2 years. Hurts was phenomenal in that game. You saw the Super Bowl, obviously, where Hurts won the MVP. We saw some good things the final quarter of the season, plus playoffs. But again, Kevin Patullo now is the play caller.
Yeah, that was the famous. Is that what you all wanted to see? Is that what you
guys?
Yeah,
I love that. Yeah, that was. Yeah, what was the? Did he say that? What was the term that he used? The shackles or the? What did he say? Like it's some like the training wheels, whatever he said. He added some funny term which made me laugh, and I thought it was great.
Yeah. Well, and Jeff and I talked a lot about Jalen on Wednesday's show. If you guys want to go back and listen to that edition of Football at 4. Right now, Adam Kaplan's with us. I want to get your thoughts on the right guard spot is the one new spot. What if that is a problem?
Joe Banner told me this. Jeff and I, when we've had him on over the years, we give Joe a little guff about the linebacker position. Joe acknowledged it was a challenge, but he said, listen, you could be just okay at a position and be very good to dominate others. But what he did say is, and I took note of this, it can't be a weakness. Well, we don't know what right guard is. We know that Tyler Steen's a clear favorite. The Eagles clearly want him to win it. Matt Pryor's there, Kenyon Green, who they traded for. He was part of the trade for C.J. Gardner-Johnson going to the Texans. But Steen, not only does he have to win it, it can't be a weakness or a problem. If it's a problem, Mike, talking to coaches over the years, like they look at the guard position, they say, hey, you could hide a guy, but it can't be a problem, Mike. So that's my second key right now for a Super Bowl run. It can't be a problem where it costs too much pressure up the middle in pass protection. or on a zone cut, if it's where Barkley's trying to run, where the play is designed to go to the right, and it's to cut up field, and Steen gets beat. So whoever's starting there. So that cannot be a problem to sum this up.
Yeah, we know that right guard is up for grabs. We think Steen is the favorite there, but we'll see that competition when we get to training camp. All right, Adam Kaplan, we knew a lot of reporting in the offseason about Goddard's future. He is back here. What does that mean for the tight end position now?
It's funny. I remember when we put this information out that they were looking hard to trade Goddard. I'm like, well, let's see what they do. Well, they signed a couple veterans. Kylan Granson, who's an F tight end. That means a move tight end. He's too small. He's under 6'2", but he's an athletic guy who can move. And then Harrison Bryant, who's a 2-way tight end who could block and could run after the catch. But neither are projected to be a starter. So what are they going to do? And then, as you know, Mike, as you noted, somehow they brought him back, and that's a good thing. He's on a 1-year deal. Goddard took a pay cut of about $5 million, but he's back. And the question is, Mike, now they have 6 other tight ends. What if Goddard gets hurt, Mike? We know how they've, with Jack Stoll, who's no longer on the team, is now with the Saints, and Grant Calcaterra was in the final year of his rookie deal. They were able to sort of Jimmy rig it together, but it's a problem, man. They've got to somehow get through this.
I like Jimmy rigging getting a mention here on the.
I use that a lot. Yeah, I use that a lot. Yeah, a lot of it, yeah.
Yes, we'll see how that tight end position evolves. Obviously, Goddard is back. But what is around them? We're looking at some keys to another Super Bowl run from the Eagles offense. Can't say the same. You remember, we had Britton Covey on at the Super Bowl back in Vegas, and he had told us he thought they didn't change enough offensively, that teams started to figure them out in that 2023 season that went awry. So can they make some changes here with the new coordinator? And one of the things they're going to need to figure out is what is behind Saquon Barkley. Can't use him as much this year as you did last year, can you?
No, we don't. Well, let's put it this way. It might be a 5-10% reduction. What I've talked about, Mike, consistently since mid-March is if they're up big, 17 points or more in the fourth quarter, start taking Barkley out, put Dillon in. That's A.J. Dillon, who's on a 1-year minimum deal. But here's the problem with Dillon. We don't know what he looks like because he didn't play last season. So what happens, Mike, if he doesn't perform well or he's not on the football team? Well, there are guys out there, Gus Edwards, Jamal Williams, Jeff Wilson, Deontay Foreman. There are plenty of power backs. That's not going to be a problem for the Eagles to find somebody. And then Will Shipley is more explosive, but he's not a guy that projects to handle volume carries. So to me, Mike, if Barkley gets hurt, they're going to be more of a passing team. That's to answer your question. That's the way that would look.
Yeah, and that's, they brought in A.J. Dillon as, you mentioned he's got to be a guy that they can count on too, right? I mean, this can't be a situation like the guy Penny that they got from Seattle.
Yeah, it's terrible. Rashad Penny couldn't play anymore, unfortunately. And then, Mike, to finish this out, now, see, Tanner McKee is going to be the 2. That, as we told people in March, despite all the conjecture that Donovan Thompson-Robinson could be the 2, that was total nonsense. Tanner McKee is going to be the 2, but he's got to continue that improvement. He had big improvement from year 1 to year 2. Now it's year 2 to year 3. And then don't forget, Kyle McCord could be replacement for Tanner McKee in a couple of years to be the number 2. That's kind of their thinking, by the way, why they drafted McCord.
Right, and we talked about that the other day, is the possibility that you develop McKee to possibly move him, and then you have McCord step in to that spot. So not a lot of questions on offense. They got pretty much everybody back except for the right guard spot. That will be the one battle there. But will the transition be smooth? Will right guard be a problem? How will they kind of develop that second tight end? Can A.J. Dillon kind of be a factor behind Saquon Barkley, and you need improvement behind Jalen Hurts in the event that he misses a game or two. Remember, he missed time last year. You had to go to Kenny Pickett. Can Tanner McKee win games if needed? There is a look at some of the keys for the offense to make another Super Bowl run. Adam Kaplan, Football at 4, here on the Sports Bash Live on a happy hour Friday. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
There you go. We got the Football at 4 keys to a Eagles Super Bowl run for the offense. And we know, as we're talking football throughout much of the summer here on Football at 4, we're getting close to training camp. And some of the things that he mentioned there that I want to kind of comment on, the smooth transition from Kellen Moore to Kevin Patullo. Britton Covey made those comments when we were at the Super Bowl about teams kind of figuring them out, teams kind of saying, hey, they didn't make a lot of adjustments. They haven't changed a whole heck of a lot. He thought that teams started to kind of figure their offense out from the 2022 season where they went to the Super Bowl to the 2023 season where they really fell apart. And it was the 2023 season to the 2020. The way the Super Bowl kind of falls where it's in the 2025. The 2023 season is the one where they kind of bottomed out after the 10-1 start. The 2022 season is when they went to the Super Bowl. And he told us that he thought that teams figured them out, that they got a little stagnant, that they got a little predictable. And now you're in a situation where you have a new play caller. That is the one positive about possibly changing the play caller in this situation is Kevin Petula going to have a couple extra wrinkles? Is he going to do a couple extra things, different things? But as Adam pointed out, 6 different play caller for Jalen Hurts. Doug Peterson, Nick Sirianni for a handful of games his first year, Shane Steichen, Brian Johnson, obviously Kellen Moore, and then Kevin Petula. Now, Brian Johnson, that was where Britton Covey said, and he told us at the Super Bowl out there in Vegas that year, that he felt that the Eagles probably would have been better off if they had a more experienced play caller, and that teams thought they got a little predictable. Kellen Moore, I think early on, was kind of feeling his way through here. And as Adam said, towards the end of the season, you saw some of the best of the Eagles' offense. Now, as they're getting comfortable with that, he goes out the door, and in comes Kevin Petula. As far as the right guard situation, I thought Tyler Steen played pretty well at times. There were some moments that, stood out, but they weren't egregiously bad moments. But I think Steen did a pretty good job in the role as the swing guard when he went into the games and had to play guard, when Landon Dickerson in the playoff game had to play center. Steen, I think, was fine for most of the season. He had some extended playing time at both right guard and left guard last year, mainly at the right guard spot too. When Becton goes out now, Steen will battle Matt Pryor and Kenyon Green. And everybody just assumes, I love this, that Kenyon Green was a first-round pick, a high first-round pick, and Jeff Stoutland going to get him, and Green is going to win that job, much like Becton did last year. I don't know if that's going to be the same situation here, but we'll be watching that one pretty closely when we get to training camp on Football at 4, who's winning that job, because as Adam said, it can't be a problem. You can't have a revolving door there. Although, if you remember the 2017 Eagles, they had a bunch of different guys until they finally settled in on Wisniewski as the guy who played left guard. I think he was the third different left guard. You had Sayamala. You had not Max Gene Gillis. You had, who was the, Chance Warmack, right. Chance Warmack from Alabama, former first-round pick. And then finally they went to Wisniewski and just said, all right, let's go with the veteran guy here. That could be a similar situation here where Tyler Steen is kind of the Isaac Sayamala. Kenyon Green would kind of be the Chance Warmack, and Matt Pryor would be the Wisniewski, kind of like, all right, let's go to the veteran guy. Is he the best? No, but he's not going to make mistakes. He's got some experience. It seems like a very similar situation could be on hand here if Tyler Steen struggles. I don't know that Tyler Steen is going to go out there and fall flat on his face. I think Steen will handle the position pretty well.
To the point about the right guard, I will remind people that part of the reason why there was so much shuffling as well in 2017, people don't always remember this part, but the Eagles had a ton of injuries last year, in 2017. Those injuries were more than just Carson Wentz. Remember, Sayamalu got injured. That's part of the reason why they shuffled around in left guard. They had Jordan Hicks get injured. That changed who was calling the plays on defense. They had injuries at corner at one point. Darby missed a bunch of games. So that team, their depth came up big. So you could look at this year's 2025 team and say the same thing, that, hey, yes, you have changes at different positions, but do you possibly have depth like 2017 to say, hey, you know what? If we need you, break glass.
I think that's what we'll find out at training camp. How much is the gap between Steen and the next guy? Or is it, hey, Steen, if you don't play well, we're comfortable making changes because we really thought Kenyon Green performed well in training camp. We know we have Matt Pryor as kind of like the old faithful. That's why I look at the situation in 2017 and said the Eagles had 3 pretty good options there. They had a chance to look at Sayamala. He wasn't quite the guy. No, I think he got hurt.
He did. That's
and that got him off the field, right.
That's why I just said that. Isaac Sayamala got hurt. And so then they were kind of forced into this, Warmack looked bad in training camp. Wisniewski is all reliable.
Correct me. Warmack went in around the 4th week of the season. He kind of played like 3 or 4 weeks in the middle of the year, and then they just kind of said, "All right."
They bailed on him very quickly.
Yeah, it wasn't a long
remember,
time.
if you go back to training camp, there was almost conversation like, "Are they going to keep this guy? He didn't look good in training camp and in the preseason." But they went with Seumalo because they're like, "Well, he's the young guy." I mean, people forget Seumalo was actually drafted to replace Kelsey. Remember that whole conversation because he played center at Oregon State. But then Seumalo got injured. They brought in Warmack. Warmack stunk. And they were like, well, Wisniewski, it's your job. And Wisniewski played so well that when Seumalo got healthy, they were like, well, the line is what it is now.
Yeah, I know that this line, keep in mind, there are a lot of lines in the league that would die to have the Eagles' depth and talent. So having one spot that you're questioning isn't the worst thing in the world.
No.
I know all these PFFs and all these offseason publications, the Eagles are ranked 1 or 2 in almost all of them. It's either Denver's been up there, Detroit's up there, and Philadelphia's been up there as well. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And, of course, we got the Nuggets coming up on the way. We'll get to Nicky Nuggets. Yesterday we had Josh's broccoli and apples. Today we're going back to the Nuggets. A little unhealthy.
It's okay. Nuggets are still have protein in them.
Skin nuggets. How about no, like grilled nuggets?
It's good.
Yeah.
Look, I don't want to get
grilled nuggets that they have over at Chick-fil-A. They got a good grilled nugget at Chick-fil-A.
I've had those. They're good.
Yeah.
I mean, to me,
You got rib meat.
Rib meat, yeah, that's what that is. I mean, I'm more of a chicken breast kind of guy, but I like a little more meat on the bone. But hey, listen, protein's protein. It's all good. If I could backtrack with you, Mike, about the Kevin Patullo conversation, because I thought what you and Adam were talking about was interesting. Because Patullo, remember, he was asked about some of the stuff that you and Adam were discussing. So I want to kind of run it back for you in the audience. So, Patullo basically had suggested during his presser about a month and a half ago, that he was very involved in the building of the offense. And he said that, look, the only difference for him at this point in the Eagles' game plan is that now he has the final say. Take a listen.
The biggest thing, obviously, is I'm the one voice in the offensive room. I still had a big voice prior to, but it's really not a ton different. A lot of the staff is together. We have a great staff, right? We have the best O-line coach in the NFL. We have the best tight end coach, the best receiver coach, best running back coach. And then we added a couple new coaches. And I worked with Parks Frazier at the Colts, and he's expanded his game. So it's really not that much different. And like I said, those guys are so good at what they do. It's great for me. And as a whole staff, we really, really do well together.
We have the best of everything. That made me laugh a little bit there. We got the best running back coach, the best tight end coach. I mean,
but the larger point was he talks about how, like, look, he doesn't see a huge difference between last year and this year, just that he's the one calling the plays. That sounds different than Brian Johnson last year, a couple of years ago, because when Brian Johnson came in, Mike, remember, Brian was all about, hey, we're going to take the offense to the next level. Whereas Patullo says, yeah, we're basically going to do the same thing as last year.
Well, if they do the same thing as last year, is that good enough?
Or is it not good enough? Is this a situation where you need to
Isn't
evolve?
that the same question?
Do you need to take a step up?
Isn't that the same question? Is it good enough if they are the same as last year? What was your question?
Well, my question is, what if it isn't?
Well, essentially, is that good enough? What if it isn't, or is it good enough? I mean, 220, 221 is being the same. It goes back to what Britton Covey told me at the Super Bowl. Is being the same good enough if teams now have – every team on your schedule is going to watch what you did last year and say, this is what Philadelphia did very well last year. And then as they see you over the course of the year, for the first, teams that you play in the back half of the year are going to watch what you did last year, then what you did this year, and see how you're kind of morphing it. Do they have enough wrinkles, or are teams going to start catching on to them?
And I don't want to say Britton Covey was accusing anybody of lying, because I don't think Covey is that kind of individual, but Brian Johnson made it sound like they were evolving the offense. They were going to take it to the next level. And so did Sirianni. But Covey was telling you at the Super Bowl, Mike, yeah, we didn't evolve at all.
No, he said, I thought we got, he thought they were predictable. He thought they were predictable, and that was one of the issues with that season. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Phil's tonight. By the way, Phil's game tomorrow is on Fox with Adam Amin, Adam Wainwright, Ken Rosenthal going to be on the call. for that one. That's a Fox broadcast for tomorrow's Phillies game. So you got the night game tonight, and then tonight's a 9:40 game. Tomorrow's like a 7 o'clock start, right? So it's an afternoon game out there. Then it's a 4 o'clock Sunday game. So you got a wide variety of Phillies starts this weekend. The 9:40 tonight.
Mike, you got to stagger your weekend.
Yeah, 9:40 tonight. What is it tomorrow? It is, by the way, it is Rangers Suarez tonight for the Phillies. And we mentioned earlier with Bob Wankel on the show, it's Suarez tonight against Bergert, who has never faced the Phillies. No hitter on the Phillies has ever faced him. Wheeler and Yu Darvish tomorrow is a 7:35 Fox game. Tonight's game is Suarez and Bergert, Wheeler and Darvish, and then Sanchez and Pivetta. So good pitching matchups for Saturday and Sunday. Bergert's making his first start ever. No Philly hitter has ever faced Bergert.
Oh, your boy Pivetta pitching this week.
Yeah, Nick Pivetta, who pitched well against the Phillies the last time. We were at
Yuri's.
We were at Yuri's when Pivetta. Actually, I think he had pitched the night before because we were talking about him.
We were talking about the next day because he was an example of a guy who took a little time to come into his own.
What do you make of Sanchez and getting passed over for the All-Star game again?
It's the stupidest thing in the world.
I'm going to tell you why it's happened.
Why?
You want me to tell you why?
Yeah.
He's pitching on Sunday.
That's a horrible reason.
He can't pitch in the All-Star game.
I don't care.
So why would they name him to an All-Star game so that they can not pitch him and then have to name somebody else?
That's a stupid reason.
He
deserves. He's an All-Star is a designation.
Not an All-Star. He's making the team because someone else couldn't pitch.
He should have made the team. I wrote about this 97.3 ESPN.com. The guy who Peterson is replacing in the Mets, for those who don't know, David Peterson is replacing Robbie Ray on the MLB All-Star roster.
Mm-hmm.
I had said on my article, Robbie Ray shouldn't be on the team, and that it should have been Sanchez in the first place.
I won't disagree with that. But my point is, now that he didn't make the team initially, now they're saying we need someone to replace somebody. We're not going to take a guy who's pitching on Sunday so that we then have to replace somebody else again, because then Sanchez is going to say, I can't pitch in the game. I just pitched on Sunday.
That shouldn't be a reason not to make a guy an all-star. An all-star is an accomplishment. It's an achievement. It's how we define people going to the Hall of Fame. It's how guys get bonuses from their contracts. And now you're not putting a guy in the all-star game because he's not available to pitch?
That's right.
That's stupid.
I'm just giving you the reason in my mind. I'm not telling you that's why. But if I'm saying, hey, I'm going to name Christopher Sanchez as the all-star replacement, and now I have to replace him.
That's not my problem. The all-star game is how guys make more money. It's how we define people's careers.
Do you get the same money if you're the replacement for the replacement?
Yes. These are bonuses, building people contracts.
Poor Sanchez. Now, they could have had Suarez pitch.
They could have.
He's pitching tomorrow.
He's another snub.
That means he's not pitching on Sunday. Monday, could he come and pitch an inning on Tuesday?
An inning on Tuesday because in between day, his throw day.
I'm glad they're all not pitching. I don't want to see any of them at the All-Star game. They
think
all need the rest.
I think it's stupid that there's 6 National League teams with 3 or more All-Stars, and the Phillies only have 2. It's ridiculous.
All right, coming up, the Nuggets on the other side. Knicks Nuggets, stick around. We'll see what Nuggets are in the pack today as Earnshaw returns here on the Sports Fest, here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Don't forget live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Now, Nick's Nuggets are in the house right now. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast, and he is producer of the Locker Room weekends on 97.3 ESPN. His Nuggets are brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. He was not here yesterday, so we had Josh's apples and broccoli. No Nuggets yesterday. We went healthy. We went apples and broccoli for Josh, who filled in on the Nuggets yesterday. But Nuggets are back. A little side of hot sauce, little side of barbecue sauce. I go honey mustard, hot mustard is my Nuggets side there, Nuggets. What's going on?
I like it, Mike. Glad to be back yesterday. Yeah, we can't go too healthy. It's not how we roll on the Nuggets around here. By the way, Yuri's was an absolute blast on Wednesday. Phillies actually scored some runs. The flats were amazing, per usual. So it's good to be back on the Nuggets. I got to have more flats tonight. I've been just having them all. It feels like every night I took home and I had a couple of drums. I'll give you that, Mike. I had some of the leftover drums last night for dinner. They're no flats, but they were pretty good. I can't lie.
I had my first ever stop at a Wingstop last night.
Wow.
The no flex zone.
How about that? That's the first time. I remember I tried it a couple years ago.
First time ever. Yeah, it was. It was late. It was like one of the few places open, so we stopped in real quick. My buddy said these are a 9.5. That's what he said to me. I said I don't know if I'm going 9.5, but yeah, the first time. But I said to him, I got too many flats in here.
Oh, see, Wingstop knew what they were doing, giving you the flats. I'm glad they did that. Maybe they were 9. They probably were 9.5. So anything flat related. That is good on my end for the Nuggets. But let's get into them real quick, Mike. On Wednesday, we talked a lot about the trade deadline with Frank, and we talked about Dombrowski. What are the Phillies going to do? We obviously know they're going to emphasize the bullpen. They want to go after bullpen pieces. But an article comes out yesterday, and a report from Matt Gelb in The Athletic, and I didn't get a chance to react to it on the Nuggets yesterday, so that's what we're going to do with Nugget number one. And, Mike, there was it felt like from reading that piece from Gelb that the Phillies really do want to go all in at this deadline, but the player that they do receive in return has to be controllable. They don't want to go rentals. That's not what they're in at this deadline for. They want a controllable piece, an arm, a bat, whatever it may be, a guy that they can keep for a couple of years. But it seems like they're willing to spend to get it. And one of the interesting nuggets with that was Brandon Marsh. Brandon Marsh being brought up in trade discussions that the Phillies are willing to trade some of those outfield pieces is fascinating because we've been so honed in on what prospects are they going to give up. Giving up some of the major league players, that could shake up the roster. I thought that was fascinating from it.
Yeah, I read that article actually earlier this morning. We were talking about it earlier in the show. It's the fact that right now it sounds like, according to Matt Gelb, that they've been sitting on these prospects for long enough, right? That they've been sitting on these guys for long enough. It's now either time to bleep or get off the pot with some of these guys. In other words, we're either using them now or, we got to make a move. We got to do something. This is the time. I was pretty surprised to kind of read the fact that, he was very candid about the fact that, hey, the last couple deadlines, they really haven't done much. They've held on to these prospects to the point that Painter, he talked about in the article, he referenced trying to get involved with Garrett Crochet last year, but they wanted Painter. He was pretty much untouchable. But he pretty much said this time around that you've got Aiden Miller, that he would be available possibly, depending on what level of player they got back in return. So, yeah, I'm very intrigued after reading that article to see what kind of moves that Dave Dombrowski could make.
Yeah, I thought that was fascinating. I know Clase is the talk of the town. Now, Painter, I feel like he's the one guy that's been untouchable. And Miller's in that conversation. But I think if you're the Phillies, if you get an offer you can't refuse, you got to part with the prospects. We went down and looked back for the past couple of years with Frank on Wednesday at Yuri's from 2022. Would you give up this prospect now 3 years later? So remember, we have to remember, I'm a big prospect guy, but they're not a finished product. They're an unknown commodity. You are trying to win a World Series right now. You have to go for it. You have a team that's built to win now, guys that are heading into their mid-30s, And, an aging core, guys could be leaving in the offseason with Schwarber, Ranger, JT. We don't know their futures. The time is ticking, and your window is closing. And I think people who don't realize that just aren't paying attention. You have to look at all the factors here and look ahead. I know you want to keep the young players to, maybe bridge the gap there. But if you want to win a World Series, it's more important to have that flag flying out with the year on it in center field than to maybe bridge the gap for a couple years to stay competitive.
Well, it referenced in the article that they're not getting any younger. They do realize that the fact that they are getting older here. So that's something that they weren't fighting as much 2 years ago when they were thinking about all this. But here we are a couple years later, still talking about they need a right-handed bat. They need more bullpen guys. They're trying to balance. They don't want a rental player. They want controllable guys, yet they don't want to just give their prospects up for rental players. They want to try to get guys who have, multiple years on the deal because of how old this team is getting. So this is a tightrope that they are trying to walk down, and I'm very intrigued to see how they end up getting this thing done because this is not easy. This isn't like, hey, this is right in front of your face. What are you missing here? No, this is a tough one for them because they do have 3 or 4 prospects right now that are in the top 100 in baseball, which is different from the level of prospects they were dealing the last couple times that the trade deadline came around.
Yeah, it's funny because they're very top heavy in their top 30. And they're in their farm system. They have guys that teams really like at the top. But then even reference in the Athletic article by Matt Gelb that there's a little bit of a drop-off. Those lower-level prospects, the mid-level prospects in the Phillies' top 30, there's a gap there between talent. So that's something to also look at, too. It's like the Phillies are very top-heavy. They have some really good prospects that are exciting, but then after that, there's not much value. So you would have to part with some of those guys that seem really exciting, right? And this kind of also goes back in the past. Like, yeah, Dave Dombrowski made the move for Jesus Luzardo. That was a nice piece, a nice trade in the offseason. They have really good pitching. That's another aspect to this, is that the pitching is so good this year, from the starters at least, that you got to try and go for it. That's another aspect of this. But in the past, I mean, you mentioned it. This is the same problem they've had over and over again. They've refused to go out and solidify the right-handed bat and the bullpen. They've had this issue at the deadline before. It's just been the same thing over and over again. They've tried putting Band-Aids on it, hasn't worked out in their favor, and now they're in this position where they have to walk the tightrope, right? Like they have to try and bridge the gap of, okay, we want to compete in the next couple of years too after this core, but we also want to try and win right now. And that's a slippery slope to try and thread the needle on because you want to try and do both, but it's going to be hard to do that.
Tough to do. And listen, you're not making everybody happy, which isn't your job, by the way. You've got to do what you think is best for you, but it's not here to say, hey, I got to make Mike and Nuggets happy at 4:30 on, every day so they don't rip me. No. I mean, if you think Andrew Painter can be moved and you think that Emmanuel Clase and Stephen Kwan are going to be upgrades to this team and Painter's the right guy, you have to make that move. Now, I think what you're trying to do in the interim is convince Cleveland that somebody else is a better option for them, or not a better option, but that this is a good option. You are really trying to sell Mick Abel right now. You are really trying to tell them, hey, he's the one that you really want. We know Painter is our guy, but Abel is a guy with first-round talent. He just needs somebody to kind of work on his command. You have to really try to sell him based on those 2 starts that he made, if you can. That's his job, is to try to sell those 2 starts as that what he can be for you in your rotation, and somebody in your organization can maybe get that out of him. So it's not an enviable task, but it's something that has to be considered as this team gets older.
Yeah, I mean, this is the core. This is the window. These past couple of years, this year, maybe next year, is it. Like, this is the window to go for it now while you have guys in their prime still who are still on the roster, right? Like, this roster is going to look different in the next couple of years. You have the Wheeler window that Matt Gelb referenced to. That's till 2027. So, I mean, you have the window's closing faster than we realize. And it's tough to give up those young guys when you see it closing. But if you want to go for it, and be remembered forever, you make the deal at the deadline to help give you the best chance in October, because we know what the flaws are with this team in October. And it's the bullpen and it's the bats. When they go cold or the bullpen falls apart, and it hasn't gotten any better since last year. It's actually gotten worse on the back end of the bullpen. So this is a needle that they have to try and thread. We'll see how it shakes out. I can't wait for July 31st. We're going to have plenty of nuggets on that day, Mr. Mike Gill. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that one will be an interesting day. And we'll see. Last year they made moves before the deadline. I think it was a day or so before the deadline was when they made a couple moves too. So we'll see if they have that if they're working on things. I'm not sure, because I think they're going to hold out as long as they possibly can to see if they can get Mick Abel and Justin Crawford as the two guys in these deals. So I think they're going to hold out as long as they can to see what they can get for those two level of players.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen. I remember, like, when I was like 10, 11 years old, throwing on like the MLB Network, ESPN shows all day, watching the deadline, seeing the trades come through. I mean, there's nothing like it. It's not the same anymore because you have the third wild card, and every team thinks they can win. But it's all right. This one's going to be a fun deadline, I think. It's going to be interesting because of what the Phillies are involved with. So we'll find out, Mike. We'll find out. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 2. I'll be honest, Mike. We cannot watch another 76ers first-round pick play in the Summer League. Just Sid Edgecombe. Last night was bad. It was brutal. Jared McCain was there. Edgecombe was there. They actually interviewed Edgecombe on the broadcast. But, Mike, how is it that every single time a young first-round pick for the 76ers, it gets hurt, just gets hurt? And it's the littlest. It doesn't even have to be a big injury. It's just the littlest injury. And I know Kevin Kincaid on Twitter from Crossing Broad, he put out a tweet that I thought was absolutely fascinating. He listed every single, I believe it was a first-round pick that the Sixers have gone after or drafted and played in Summer League and all of their injuries. I mean, and the list, it was just so long. I couldn't believe how many Sixers picks were on this list because it was ridiculous. How is it every year that this team just has bad luck with their picks getting hurt, every single one of them? It's like, I swear it's every single year that it's something with the first-round pick.
It is uncanny. It really is. It's like, okay, enough already with every single guy end up getting hurt. And sometimes it's freak accidents. This one here, a sprained thumb. I mean, I'm not really all that concerned about this. But if it's more than a sprained thumb, that's the thing. Did he tear ligaments in his thumb? Is it, now he said he was hopeful to play in a game in the Summer League here when they interviewed him last night. But, at this point, I said it after the first game when I watched him. He went up. He had that block shot, went end-to-end, had the layup, the hoop, the harm, and he was laying on the ground, and he's got his two fists, like, up against his forehead, and you're like, is this guy hurt already? Like, are you kidding me? It's, again, we talk about this so much with the Sixers. Whoever does the 30 for 30 from the 2013 season up until whenever they want to end this thing, the amount of snake-bitten situations that this team has had, I don't know how it continues to pile up like this.
I mean, Joel Embiid got hurt. Ben Simmons got hurt in Summer League. Markelle Fultz had an issue. Zaire Smith had an issue. Like, you just go down the list, and it's like, this can't be real. How is this one organization? But I think, with that being said, with all that being said, right, Edgecombe should just not play. Just don't play him in Las Vegas. I don't care. I know we want to see him. Great. I don't care. Just get the man to the first game of the year. I don't need to see him in the Summer League. This is why I told you, Mike. I was excited to watch him in the first game. I was like, I want to see him as a fan. Yes, great. I want to see him. But if you're looking at it smartly, you don't play these guys in the Summer League. You just can't. If you're a 76er, you just can't. Everything goes wrong. That can go wrong.
Yeah, well, listen, this injury,
is why it makes me nervous.
Nothing that happened last night made me, That's one of the unique things about, like last night, we see Cooper Flagg play, and Bronny James I don't care about, but that was hyped up a lot. But you got to see the number 1 overall pick play in a game, days after he was drafted. That's the cool thing about Summer League is you get to see these guys. But the risk of them getting hurt, it's almost like the balance between football and preseason. You got the Billy Schweims of the world that want them out there playing, but then you have the other people who are saying, I don't want them getting hurt in that game. Like, what is there to gain from them playing in the preseason? Well, you need your reps. You need to see what the speed of the game is. And that's what these rookies are getting a chance to see, how the speed of the game is different from the college game. So I do find the value of it, and selfishly, you want to see your guys play, but not get hurt. And that's all sports now. Meaningless games, if you have a chance to get hurt in, it is just too much of a risk for what you have invested into these players.
I think the 76ers as an organization should just decide our first-round picks will not play in the summer league. I mean, the history's there.
Yeah, I mean, this one, though,
this
one is in a knee. It's not like he's something that
No,
should keep him out for a while.
It's something. It's something. And we saw what happened with a pinky with Paul George last year. So, I mean, whatever, thumb, pinky, hand,
I'm not minimizing the fact that wild, freakish injuries. Like, they're telling me it's a sprained thumb. There's a party that wonders, did he dislocate the thumb? Did he break his thumb? Did he tear a ligament in his thumb? What more could be into this thumb that's keeping him out? Now, again, it's Summer League. They might just say, look, we don't really want you playing out there. You proved to us already in that first game. You scored 28 points. You obviously were head and shoulders above everybody out there.
Yeah. Well, it's the Sixers. What else do you expect? So, speaking of the Sixers, I want to move along to nugget number 3. I don't know if you saw this, Mike. Mike Sealski got a chance to sit down with Jerry Colangelo over the phone. Article put out this morning in the Inquirer. Very interesting. He got to ask him about his son, Brian. He's not even in basketball anymore. We remember all the bad things that happened with the 76ers and the burner accounts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the interesting quotes, I'm paraphrasing from this, that I took away, one of the nuggets was that if Brian Colangelo would be open to talking about that situation, and it was a very defensive Jerry Colangelo in that article. He kind of just defended and said, look, he's not going to ever really talk about it. It's not his MO. He's out of basketball now. Remember, Brian Colangelo won Executive of the Year a couple of times before. So this is someone who's not even in basketball anymore. That whole situation, very interesting that Jerry Colangelo defending his son. I mean, it's expected. But, yeah, so you didn't expect to see that on your timeline today.
No, in fact, as we're having this conversation, I actually have the tweet up in front of me. It just happened to be the tweet that's in front of me. I didn't read the article yet, but the Brian Colangelo burner account, on top of all the injuries that the Sixers have had, might be, like, if you were to pick the 5 weirdest things that have happened during the Sixers of the last 15 years. Now, I say 15 years because even pre-process, there were things like the Andrew Bynum situation, like that had to be in there. The Brian Colangelo thing is possibly at the top of the list of the most bizarre things that have happened with the Sixers through the last 15 years.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was insane. It was absolutely insane that happened with a GM. It's, Kevin Durant has his burner account. Kevin Durant, it's funny, he actually just uses his own account now to troll people on Twitter and argue. So it's evolved. We've clearly evolved here in social media. But also, you invoked Andrew Bynum as one of the other weird things that have happened in Sixers history. I just thought of this. We did the memorabilia thing yesterday or a couple of days ago where people were texting in their favorite memorabilia that they have, tweeting at us, all of that. I mean, what is the worst jersey you've ever purchased? I mean, Andrew Bynum might be my worst. I have an Andrew Bynum jersey that I bought. I don't think I ever wore it. I think I wore it one time. He never played a game. That might be the worst jersey purchase of all time. I can't think of any jersey purchase that is worse than that, Mike.
What's the worst one I've ever purchased? I'm not a jersey guy. I've never really purchased jerseys. I mean, it's not something that I've really ever done. But Andrew Bynum.
Who would be a bad one? Yeah, that's a bad one.
That's a bad one. If you had an Andrew Bynum jersey, you had no gratification out of that one. Never, not one game. I mean, this would be akin to somebody back in my day, somebody bought a Danny Tartabull jersey. The Phillies signed Danny Tartabull as a big-time free agent. I think he fouled a pitch off of his foot and never played a game again for the Phillies. There was Lance Parrish was a big free agent signing for the Phillies. He was a catcher that played for the Tigers. He was like an MVP level player. Phillies signed him, and he absolutely stunk. So those are two jerseys that if you ended up with those. But Andrew Bynum's got to be at the top of the list of brutal jerseys that you put money into.
Oh, I was just redoing my office, and I'm putting like a jersey stack, and I found it. I found the Andrew Bynum. I'll tweet it out later tonight. I'll send a picture of the Bynum. It's a jersey, not a jersey, but it's still bad purchase. Bad purchase. I think my mom had to purchase it because it's the kid's size. When I was like 10 when that happened. So not a great purchase. I feel bad. I should probably give money back to my parents for that one.
Yeah, Andrew Bynum, Busteroni. But some people credit the Andrew Bynum trade or credit or discredit the Andrew Bynum trade as the starting point of the process.
Yeah, it really was. It really was. And then we led the burner accounts and every single first-round pick getting hurt in Summer League. Like, all right, Mike, that's 3 nuggets for you today on this Friday.
All right, nuggets, of course, are brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Yeah, we've been doing the memorabilia stuff. We did another segment yesterday because we had so many text messages during our segment on Wednesday that I didn't get to read them, so I was reading them off yesterday during the show. We had a couple more that were coming in as we were having the conversation yesterday, and people have been sending great text messages with pictures onto the text board here. Brandon in Dennisville says, nothing too crazy, but he has a rally towel from Citizens Bank Park's inaugural opening day in 2014. He says he was 13 at the time, and he still has it.
Oh, love it. Absolutely love it. I have all those. I have an 09 World Series rally towel. I have all those. Those are great ones. You hang them up. You got to frame them, and you can't have the white ones anymore because they banned them. That's why they changed them to red.
Yeah, and the rally towel from the first season of that ballpark is a cool memory because think about that. 04, we're in 2025. I mean, the ballpark's over 20 years old already. I can't even believe how fast time has gone on that. I remember I was in Clearwater the day they imploded Veterans Stadium. We all watched it on the big screen at the field at the stadium down in Clearwater. They put it up on the big screen when Greg Lazinski, bang, imploded that thing.
You're getting up there, Mike. That's what that says about you. You're getting up there a little bit, you know? I'm getting up there, too. I'm going to be on the wrong side of 20 here in a couple of days. So.
Geez. All right. 5x7 from Jerry in Brigantine. He has a 5x7 black and white glossy of T.O. catching a pass. It's autographed. It says he has a football signed by T.O. and a picture. It's a picture of him on the front page of the Daily News from August of 2004 when he spiked the Star in Dallas. He said, I sent him $5 to help pay his fine when he came to Philadelphia, and he said he wanted to meet the guy. So he's got a lot of T.O. autograph memorabilia. That's from Jerry in Brigantine. Appreciate you guys sending these things in. The last couple of weeks here have been pretty fun, getting all the memorabilia that you guys have gotten. And, of course, you can keep sending them in throughout the Sports Bash summer here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, that's the Nuggets today. Nick Earnshaw has Nuggets back on Monday right here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, Nick.
All right, I'll talk to you, Mike.
All right, they are today's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash, and, of course, Nick Earnshaw. He'll be a part of the locker room all weekend here on the Sports Bash. Join the fun on DraftKings Casino, ranked the #1 online casino experience. They've got everything you've been searching for, thousands of exciting games, huge jackpots, exclusive offers, and more. New players get a 10-day welcome offer, 500 spins on Huff and More Puff when you play just $5 to start. Download the DraftKings Casino app, sign up with DraftKings code DK973 and spin your favorite slots. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in New Jersey. Eligibility restrictions apply. New Jersey customers only and new customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured game only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.DraftKings.com/promos. ends on April 24th of 2025 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Number 1, based on Eilers and Krychek 2H24 product analysis. When we return, we got one more hour left to go here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. No Phils until 9:40 tonight, so no lineup is out. But the Phillies lineup is always brought to you by Instant Services, the tri-state area's premier HVAC, plumbing, electrical service provider. Go instantservices.com to see how you can win 4 Phillies Hall of Fame Club tickets. We're going to be talking Phillies with Bob Wankel, host of the Fightin' Words podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. And, of course, right here on a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat on a Sports Bash Friday. Right now, All-Star break. Here's the number. Text in. You're driving around, you're listening to the show right now. Phillies related, 609-403-0973. How confident are you that Dave Dombrowski will make a significant move that will change your outlook on the Phillies season? 609-403-0973. How confident are you that Dave Dombrowski will make a significant move to change your outlook on this Phillies team? Now, there's a couple of ways they could do this. One, they make a trade, big trade, right? And that big trade brings in a guy. To me, that big trade means they got a guy that hits number 4 in the lineup or number 5 in the lineup and pushes everybody back one. A guy who bats right-handed and basically usurps Alec Boehm from the 4 hole and pushes him back. They get a leadoff guy that we talked about yesterday. You get a guy like Steven Kwan. He hits leadoff, although he's left-handed. That makes it kind of tough, but he can hit leadoff like Bryson Stott was. And then he moves Turner back to 2, Harper to 3, Schwarber to 4, and then Boehm moves to 5. Would you rather get a guy, keep Turner 1, Schwarber 2, Harper 3, and then they get a guy to hit 4? Or get a guy to hit 1 and push everybody back 1 that way? 2 different ways to do it. 2 different ways to do it, right? You get the guy at the top of the lineup, push everybody back 1. Or you get the guy at the back end of the lineup, or in the middle of the lineup and push everybody back kind of 1. Then, the other possibility, okay, 609-403-0973. A couple text messages already coming in. Your level of confidence that Dave Dombrowski will make a move of significance to change your outlook on the season. So right now, I think most people listening think this is a playoff team, but not a World Series championship team. I think most people listening right now think this is a playoff team, but not a World Series best team in the league. Can they win the World Series? Yeah. But are they the favorite? Not really. We all know that. So can Dave Dombrowski do something that will change your outlook on this baseball team? I think we're all kind of waiting to see. As there was an interesting article over at The Athletic about this. And the article essentially talked about the fact that Dave Dombrowski has not really gone for it in his time here, right? He has not yet really made that signature move that is memorable. He hasn't made that move that makes us all kind of say, hey, that's the signature move that he has made to change the outlook of this baseball team. But ultimately, do you look at a situation and say, hey, you look at what Dave Dombrowski has done in other places, we know that it's in him. We know that he can make that big move. We know that he can make a big trade. Has he just been kind of waiting and waiting and waiting? You know, I want to look at that. One of the articles over at The Athletic from Matt Gelb that he wrote that I thought really stood out to me. Okay, there was a part of it that really stood out to me that said the Phillies says whether that comes from, he says, the Phillies for now sound more willing to trade bigger prospect chips for controllable big leaguers, especially a shutdown late inning reliever. The Phillies have a top-heavy farm system. Major league sources said initial indications are the Phillies want to shop this July in a more expensive aisle than a rental one, and they have the prospects to do it. It's something that they really haven't had in the past. Now, you'd say they have the same guys. Crawford, Miller, Painter, Abel, they've all been here the last couple of years, and you'd be right about that. You'd be right about that. But now those guys are all closer to the big leagues. They're all closer to the big league, something that has not been the case in the past. He says whether that comes to fruition through a larger acquisition remains to be seen. The Phillies talked last winter about being creative and engage various clubs in trade discussions, but they were unwilling to sacrifice top prospects. They settled for one-year free agent contracts with Max Kepler, Jordan Romano, and Joe Ross. So what the Phillies essentially tried to do this offseason is do what the Eagles have done. Take the one-year flyer and see if it works out. It hasn't. And now they must do their job by improving on that. Bob Wankel, the Fighting Words Podcast. It's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat here on your drive home in the summertime, getting you ready to talk some Phils, as this team has obviously given us plenty to talk about every single week. But the story stays the same, Bob. But are there indications finally in Dave Dombrowski's, I don't want to say final years here. I don't know when Dave wants to give this up, when he's done kind of doing his job. But is it finally the time? We've heard so much about Dave. Every article you read is Dave Dombrowski is known to make the moves. He's always been aggressive. I haven't seen it. Have you seen it? But is this the year that his background finally seeps into this Phillies organization?
Yeah, I think it's possible. I mean, look, they've been pretty conservative at the deadline the past few seasons. Obviously, that has not worked out. Certainly last year, they were having a historic year, one of their best in franchise history. They did not go all in. That team, as time went on, it looked more and more obvious that it needed a shakeup. It needed a jolt. And I think those past failures, you take something from that. And I think that if you watch this team, I think Dave knows that they have a contender here. There is no team in baseball right now that is truly head and shoulders above any of the other. And you have the Zach Wheeler clock ticking. You have a veteran core. You only get so many shots. And I think it's just a number of different factors sort of combining that are going to set them up to try to be aggressive at the deadline.
All right, let me get your take on it. People love to hear names, so let's throw some names out there. We heard the last couple of days, Jeff Passan at ESPN, Clase and Kwan. Very intriguing names. The level of player you need to give up to get them would be what?
Well, I think if you're going to get both of them in a package, it's going to include a Miller, a Crawford, and maybe an Abel and maybe even someone else, maybe even a Brandon Marsh going out. And the reason why I throw Marsh into that is because he's still controllable. He had a disastrous April. He's been very productive since. He can probably play left field for you. And he gives you some help immediately and then also beyond 2025. That is a significant package. Like, you're going to have to make it. It's going to hurt to bring in both of those guys. Kwan is an all-star. He's an elite left fielder defensively. He could probably stand out in center and give you what you have now. He's a table setter type, high on base guy, impact player. And if you're going to get a player like that, it's going to hurt on the way out.
All right, so I want to get your opinion on this. We were debating this before you came on. Bob Wankel, of course, you can check out the podcast, as always, over at the Fighting Words Podcast. Get it on all podcasting platforms. Him and Anthony, always a great listen. Would you prefer Kwan hits leadoff? Does he bat leadoff? Turner goes back to 2, Harper 3, Schwarber 4, and it pushes everybody back 1. Or would you prefer to keep Turner 1? Kwan's a left-handed bat, so that puts you in a bind in that situation. So do you look for would you prefer a right-handed bat that hits 4th and pushes everybody back 1? Or a Kwan who's also a left-handed bat and have a leadoff guy and push everybody back 1? What's the better scenario?
Well, I think in a perfect world, the better option is a middle-of-the-order bopper that hits right-handed. But, again, who is that player? Who's the guy? Who's the guy that can step in and do that and play a spot defensively where you're able to have a void that needs to be filled? So to me, the table setter type is probably the more available. If they were to acquire a guy like Kwan, I probably would hit him lead off, and I probably would hit Turner too. Trey Turner's done a nice job out of leadoff spot this year. Certainly, but I don't think that they're married to him being a leadoff guy, and I don't think that Trey Turner feels like he has to hit leadoff by any stretch. So I think that's how you would do it. But again, it's about availability. Who is going to be in? And even this Guardians team that, Phillies are linked to these AL Central teams in both Minnesota and Cleveland, but the Guardians were in a total free fall, and then they righted the ship this week against a good Astros team. And, again, like, where is it going to be in 3 weeks? We'll see.
That's, they got, we're talking about 20 days from now. It's the 11th. You've got till the 31st to make a deal. If you got Santana and Bednar, we like throwing names. People like to hear names, Bob. Is that significant enough?
Well, we were talking about this on our show this morning, Anthony Sanfilippo and I. And is there a scenario where the Phillies bring in an offensive piece that is not big name, isn't necessarily a needle mover, and they say, well, Bryce Harper is the true offensive addition. We believe that we're going to get the Bryce Harper that we saw on Wednesday afternoon here on out, and that's enough with a minor tweak offensively. And then in doing so, you bring in multiple bullpen arms. Certainly, this team needs bullpen help. Certainly, we have talked a lot about the fact that they have the surplus of starting pitching, and that in some way, shape, or form, that will probably translate to one of those guys being a solution come October, should they get there. I still think they need two arms. And so I do think if you brought in two guys out of that bullpen and of the caliber of Bednar and Santana, I think that would probably be enough to rectify your bullpen issues on top of maybe using that surplus of starting pitching.
So what level of players do you have to give up to get a Bednar and both of them? Santana, to me, worries me a bit. He profiles a lot like Estevez, not a big swing and miss strikeout guy, strikeouts per 9 down. So he worries me. Bednar, numbers really good, 13 strikeouts per 9, 30 years old. I was at a game at PNC when the eyes come up on the screen, and here comes Renegade, and he comes blasting out of the pen, oh, mama, and I'm like, all right, man, but I don't know that he's getting the last out of the World Series. I don't know that David Bednar is that guy.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, he's also a guy that struggled quite a bit as recently as 2023 and parts of 24, and he's bounced back. He's righted the ship. Like, there's a pedigree there. There is a track record of success, but he has struggled at times. Now he seems to have gotten it together again. Is he bona fide, lights out, just get us to the 8th inning and the game is over? Is he that type of solution? I don't know, but he's certainly a significant upgrade over what they have. And you and I have talked a lot about Jordan Romano and what do you do with him. And my thought all along has sort of been, look, there's not a lot in that bullpen. There's enough upside with Romano. And even this season, he's thrown the ball well enough in spurts that you can afford to carry him in super low leverage situations and see if he can figure it out, especially because of the financial investment you've made in him. Then you watch him go out for that second inning on Tuesday night, and it just reaches a point where you go, I don't know. Aren't they better off just taking a shot in the dark with a Seth Johnson or name your other, quad A guy that they have rostered right now? Like, maybe those guys give you more consistency than a Romano. Is it time to cut ties? And I just wonder if you get to the deadline and you say, all right, now we have enough in place here that we move on. Unless he hits another one of these hot streaks here.
It's Tuesday night, he gives up the inside the park home run. Now he faces the music afterwards. I don't know about you, but it sounded like a guy who was broken. It sounded like a guy who just can't figure it out, doesn't know why he can't get anybody out. I'm throwing 97 and I can't get anybody out. I felt like the guy was going to break down into tears.
Yeah, and listen, by all accounts, a really good guy, guy that's easy to root for, wants to win, is certainly bothered by his lack of success here. So you feel for him on a human level, but you also look up and it's the middle of July and you see a guy sporting an ERA in the 7s, and I mean he's essentially been, if you look at his game log, we were talking about this earlier. If you look at Jesus Luzardo, he's made 19 starts this year, and 14 of them have been awesome. 3 of them have been not great, and then 2 have been a disaster. But more often than not, Luzardo's giving you really good stuff. Jordan Romano essentially 3/4 of the time has been fine, and then that quarter of the time has been a disaster.
Yeah,
you just can't have that out of the bullpen.
It's funny. So I got a question came in from a listener about giving a grade to Dombrowski's offseason acquisitions. Now this is like July 11th, right? So after the first 2 months of the season, essentially, I said Romano's like a C-. He was like a F in April. And in May, he was actually pretty good. Like, he kind of righted the ship. You felt like he was getting there. Beginning of June, he was actually decent. Now, if I'm grading him today on July 11th, he's probably a D- to an F. But after the month of May, you were like, okay, he's found it. I think a C- is a pretty crappy grade, by the way. But he seemingly went from like, okay, disastrous start, right at the ship, and now he's fallen back off the boat. And I'm at the point, right, you can't trust that guy. I mean, I like what you said, though. Maybe fifth inning, sixth inning, lower leverage situations, and then August, September, you can get him into a seventh inning spot, possibly. What would you do, Bob Wankel, with Alvarado? That's going to be looming here. You put him in higher leverage situations, in situations that he's not going to pitch in the playoffs, or do you want someone else to pitch in those situations because they're going to need them to pitch in those situations in October?
I think where the Phillies are at in the standings is going to predicate how they deal with that to some degree. I mean, look, you have to make the playoffs first. And in a perfect world, you have to win the division first. And if they feel that Jose Alvarado is going to help them do that by getting important outs in the 8th and 9th inning of games, then you have to use that guy while you have him available to you. And the reality of it is that from the left side especially, I think that there is a very strong chance if everything stays as is now and the playoffs started tomorrow, I think Jesus Luzardo would be the guy getting important outs late in the game from the left side along with Matt Strahm. And so you're not going to do that in August. I don't think that's something that you transition to deep until September, and maybe not even until the playoffs start.
That's a good point.
So I think you have to use the guys that are going to give you the best chance to win as many games as possible. And I know that sounds super obvious, and I don't mean to state the obvious, but no, I don't think that you hold back on Alvarado because he's not part of the formula come October.
Well, you make a good point. So I would imagine then they don't trade for a left-handed reliever because 3 starting options, one of them is going to be that left-handed reliever. Now, is that guy going to be Zach Eflin from 2022, where he's the starter, goes to the bullpen, and pitches in high-leverage situations, but from the left side?
Yeah, I think it's entirely possible. I think that it probably comes down to Suarez or Luzardo. Right now, in this moment, it certainly feels like it would be Luzardo. Number one, the stuff is better. Number two, he's not been as productive and consistent, but there's so much baseball left to go here that could change 3 different times by the time we get there. But I think it's very likely that you are going to see one of these starters turn into a key reliever, not just a long man type or, this guy got bounced in the 2nd, 3rd inning. Now we need to cover 3 or 4. I'm talking about a guy when you're playing the Mets in a postseason series, you got Juan Soto at the plate, and you're going to a guy like Luzardo in a key spot to get an out. Like I could see that happen.
Oh, listen, I mean, when they did that with Eflin in 2022, he was pitching in the 8th inning, 9th inning. He closed out a couple games, and he had never really done that. Luzardo could be a guy that pitches the 7th or the 8th, and Strahm the opposite guy, or you might see Luzardo. I'm beginning to feel more and more. Plesac did an interview with John Clark, and he said something about how the Phillies starters don't profile as relief pitchers. He was talking about being a 2-pitch pitcher and just mastering those 2 pitches. To me, Sanchez and Suarez, Sanchez and Luzardo are 2 guys that can rely on 2 pitches for an inning and be swing and miss type of guys. Something they really just don't have. They have no swing and miss at all.
For sure. I mean, look, Christopher Sanchez with the changeup, it's a plus pitch. It's a premium pitch, and he's also throwing 96, 97. He can dial up to from a weird angle, and so I think that he plays out of the bullpen, in my opinion. But he's just been so good, and I think that really is the guy that makes more sense as a starter, especially if he can continue to be more efficient with his pitches, which he has been really after the month of April. He's getting deeper into games now more consistently. And so if he remains efficient, I still think he's a guy that is most likely to be in the rotation between Luzardo, Suarez, and himself. I think he is the most likely guy to stick in the rotation.
So they have Painter. You watched Painter the other night. What's going on there?
Just see a guy that isn't quite as sharp and isn't quite as overpowering with his stuff right now, and I think there could be a couple different things going there on there. One, I know people suggest maybe he's just bored. Like, how much more can this guy do? He was supposed to be up here last year before he got hurt. Like, it's just time to do it and see how he fares. Like, let's get the bright lights on him, and that extra boost of energy will be what makes him effective. I don't really think it's that simple. I mean, you're talking about a young kid who has not navigated professional hitters at this level ever. So I think there's going to be some growing pains at times. And two, I mean, this guy had a serious injury that he's coming back from. And now his velocity is still really good. It's not like he's sitting at 94 and there's concerns about his arm, but like there are a long list of established pitchers that have come off of significant injuries and time missed that aren't right in this moment.
Look at Alcantara right now.
Look at Alcantara. Look at Spencer Strider. So, like, if you're going to give some of those guys a little bit of benefit of the doubt, then a 22-year-old kid that's yet to throw a major league pitch, like, you know, look, there's going to be some growing pains here. Now, that being said, I think he's been better than his numbers suggest at times. He's gotten himself into a little bit of trouble here and there, but he's been able to pitch around it. The other night, he was pretty good for 5 innings. The 6th is where things unraveled on him. I don't think he's far away. I don't think he's a bust. I think if you're talking about him being untouchable, nothing has happened in the last 5 to 6 weeks in terms of the results that should make you feel any different about what Andrew Painter is going to be long term. You know, not to say that I bet my mortgage that he's going to be a 10-time All-Star, but there's just nothing that's happened in the last 6 weeks that changes the outlook on him.
So, in your mind right now, it seemed like a fait accompli that he was going to come up at some point. Does he make any impact on the 2025 Phillies?
I think he's going to get a look. I mean, so long as he remains healthy, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him out of the break. I mean, Taijuan Walker, to his credit, did a very nice job in San Francisco the other night. He hasn't been perfect this season, but he's been pretty competitive for them, especially considering the lack of defined role. And so kudos to him for that. And for $18 million a year, you expect that, yes. Even if you look at what he's given you in recent seasons. That all being said, like, how many more Taijuan Walker starts do you need to see?
None.
Aaron
Zero.
Nola probably comes back mid-August. I mean, that's what he told me to my face. I have no reason to believe that timeline is any different at this point. So you could use that spot in the rotation 3 to 4 more times. And again, if you have concerns about Painter's usage, if you have concerns about Suarez, who didn't hold up last year, you have concerns about Christopher Sanchez, who's thrown a ton the past 2 years, Jesus Luzardo throwing innings that he's not accustomed to throwing. Could you go to a 6-man rotation for a little bit and get a few more starts out of Andrew Painter that way? And then make a determination of whether or not he can stick around in the postseason roster? Yeah, like I think you could get creative doing that.
All right, well, I know 20 days left to go, so that means 2 more Fridays before the deadline. A Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat will be on that. We'll see if this is the year for Dave Dombrowski. He's got 4 guys. There are other guys. Does he go to the mid-level prospects and just get mid-level return, or is this the year they really want to get a high-ticket item? He knows he's got an aging team. We all know that, so he might take one big swing and place it right in the middle of this lineup or right at the end of this bullpen. We'll find out by July 31st. Check out the Fighting Words podcast. Bob Wankel and Anthony Sanfilippo. It's on all podcasting platforms. And, of course, on a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Bob, have a good weekend, man.
All right, thanks, Mike. Talk soon.
There he goes. Bob Wankel, everybody, here on the Sports Bash live on a Friday edition. It's a happy hour Friday. Happy hour Friday. Oh, man, it's been a crazy week with all the rain and everything. It's been up and down and all around. But NFL season, we're getting close to it. The Eagles report to training camp on the 22nd. That's less than 2 weeks from today. Yeah, by this time next Friday, it's going to be just 3 days. The Eagles training camp on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Good stuff as always, Bob Wankel. Check out the Fighting Words podcast. So earlier today in the Nuggets segment, he talked about this. Did you see this article, Josh? We were talking about with Nuggets with Mike Sealski caught up with Jerry Colangelo, who I think is the biggest fraud in basketball.
I still resent the fact that the Colangelos had a forced takeover of the 76ers.
Yeah, Colangelo was brought in to, save the Sixers from the Hinkie administration.
And all he did was make it worse.
Well, he brought in his buffoon son, who then got caught with a burner account.
Yep.
And here we are all these years later. Mike Sealski caught up with him, Jerry Colangelo. Now, the basis of the conversation, I could not read the article because it's over, got the paywall.
Yeah, stupid paywall.
Well, they got to make their money,
There are ways to do it that are less annoying.
Less annoying, but probably less prosperous.
Well, for example, I subscribe to The Athletic every year. I just pay the one number every year, and I'm good.
I'm sure you could do the same for the Inquirer if you chose to. You just are choosing not to. You're paying for The Athletic. That's a paywall. You have to pay. But so theirs isn't any less annoying than the Inquirer. You're just choosing which content you want to pay for. You're choosing to pay for The Athletic's content, not the Inquirer's.
The Inquirer should make it easier for me. I'm just saying.
It's pretty easy, actually. It's pretty cheap, too, when it comes down to it.
I actually haven't looked at the prices in a while. So.
Well, they give you specials. Anyway, so he says he called Jerry Colangelo and asked him about the whole situation, to which he says he basically asked Sealski to not ask him about the situation. He did not want to talk about it, which adds to another bizarre level of this whole situation. So he basically said, look, I don't want to talk about this whole thing with my son, but that's not the basis of this conversation.
Right.
The basis of this conversation is we talked about, I was thinking about this after we did Nuggets earlier today, which was all the bizarre things that have happened to the Sixers. And I said over 15 years. So this is from 2025 today, July 11th, 5 o'clock hour here. We're getting ready to kind of get to the weekend. Going all the way back 15 years. So this is like pre-process a little bit.
That's basically like the beginning.
Well, 2010.
Oh, you're 2020.
Yeah.
Before process.
So it's a couple of years. But my point was, and I saw this at the Nuggets because he brought up the Bynum, that he had a Bynum T-shirt. The basis of this is that the Sixers went to the playoffs in 2011, I guess that was.
Yeah, I think it was 2011. Yeah,
that's the year they made that run. They beat the Bulls. And
Derrick Rose was injured.
Derrick Rose got hurt. Noah got hurt. They end up beating the Bulls, and then they took the Celtics to 7 games in the Eastern Conference second round. They got bounced. The next year, they trade for Bynum. So in 2011, 2012, they finish in 8th. Doug Collins is the coach. They win the series against the Bulls. They lose the conference semis against the Celtics in 7 games. The next year, they trade for Bynum. They finish in 9th. So we're looking at some of the most bizarre things that have happened between the last 15 years. I would think the Bynum thing is kind of the first thing on the list.
It has to be because, first of all, you were trading for a guy who was a 2-time NBA champion. He was a multiple-time All-Star. He was coming into the prime of his career. You're like, we got a centerpiece, franchise-type player, and then he never played a game.
And people are excited. They had the whole thing at the Constitution Center.
Very excited.
If you remember, the Sixers played a preseason game at Boardwalk Hall.
Right.
And people were wondering if he was going to show up to the game and play. He obviously did not. He never played. That year, they went 34-48. Many people believe that was the moment that started the process, was that when Bynum never played, that the team had traded off like Iguodala and kind of moved on from that group of guys, and that what they were left over with was just mediocre spare parts,
right? And
that it was time to strip it down and start over. The ownership group had been new with Josh Harris. They had been there for a couple of years. They had been a 7 seed. They had been an 8 seed. Then they were the 9 seed. The next year, would you say the next most bizarre thing then is trading Drew Holiday and starting the process? That's kind of the next move of everything kind of starting before your very eyes. Is then they drafted Michael Carter-Williams. They drafted Nerlens Noel.
Well, really quick, the Drew Holiday trade to many people was a bizarre move because they were like, why are you trading a young guy? Like, people viewed Drew Holiday like he could be part of the future. But the Sixers said, yeah, but he's getting to that max contract number.
Well, he was getting.
And they didn't want to pay him that big number.
Well, and their whole process thought was Drew Holiday's a good player, but is he a great player? And if we trade Drew Holiday, they end up getting, I think, the 6th pick in the draft, which ended up being Nerlens Noel. And at that moment, Nerlens Noel, by many people's account, was going to be the number 1 overall pick.
If it wasn't
but
for
like
injuries.
much of the Sixers' problems, as we're going to document here, Nerlens got drafted and was hurt, so he didn't play his rookie season. He had a knee injury that would have made him the number 1 overall pick, many people believe. But because he had the ACL injury, teams passed on him. The Sixers said, hey, if we can get the guy at number 6, let's do it. They make that trade. They also already had another number 1 pick, which turned out to be Michael Carter-Williams, who, by the way, turns out to be the Rookie of the Year. Well, in 2014, they trade said Rookie of the Year. After he wins the Rookie of the Year, they end up moving on from him because they deemed, hey, this guy's not really as good as he showed. He was the Rookie of the Year. Let's get value for him while we can. They end up trading him in part to get a draft pick because they had this pick that was going to the Lakers, and it was like this weird journey that pick took years to kind of come back to the Sixers. Well, in 2015, they are now 10-72. That's that season. And Hinkie is forced out the door, and he writes the manifesto. And here comes Brian Colangelo, who kind of got forced upon the team. Colangelo's presence forces Hinkie out the door, and the team wins 10 games, one of the worst teams in the history of the NBA. The next year, Joel Embiid debuts, but in the bizarre situation that Ben Simmons doesn't play because he got hurt. Now, remember, this is 2 years after Joel was drafted, and he didn't play because he got hurt. And in the same draft, Dario Saric didn't play because he didn't elect to come over to the States to play.
Correct.
So you had 2 first-round picks that didn't play from the same draft, one because of injury, one because of the fact that he was signed to his team overseas. And then the next year, you have the number 1 overall pick. He gets hurt at Stockton University during a training camp practice. But Joel is so good that in 2016, they win 28 games.
And then Joel got injured. And don't forget what happened next. The infamous interview with aforementioned Brian Colangelo when he's asked about Joel's knee injury, and he gets testy with the interviewer on television, and we're all like, is this really happening right now?
So they finished that year 28-54, but then the next year, Ben Simmons is back. Right. Joel is ready, and the Sixers win 52 games. They return to the playoffs. They beat the Heat. They go to the semis. They get beat up by the Celtics, and you're like, all right, that was disappointing. But then the next year they come back. They actually win less games. They beat the Nets in the first round.
Yep.
They trade for Tobias Harris. They trade for Jimmy Butler. But that's not enough. They lose in 7 games. Then in the offseason.
Oh, wait, really quick. So remember, that was Elton Brand who traded for those guys. So it wasn't Colangelo anymore. So
Colangelo gets booted because of the burner account situation.
Right. And so then the draft that happened before the Butler and the Tobias Harris year, remember, that was who's running the team. Nobody knows. Then you draft Mikal Bridges. You trade him to get Zaire Smith. Then you use the pick that you got from Zaire Smith, Mikal Bridges trade to get Tobias Harris.
Right. You get Tobias Harris. But keep in mind.
You got to keep adding to the wall.
Well,
weird.
But before that all happened, Colangelo got his thumbprint on the draft because he traded for Markelle Fultz.
Right.
In that obviously infamous deal that turned out to be a disaster for them. That was before that season, and Fultz obviously never helped that year. He had the bizarre situation with the shoulder.
Thoracic outlet syndrome.
So that happened in that season. But yet they still get to the 7th game, and then the offseason, they have to make the decision on what they're going to do. They're going to end up keeping Butler or Ben Simmons. They end up selecting Ben Simmons to stay with the team. Butler gets traded. Many people felt that they picked Harris over Butler, but it was really that they picked Simmons over Butler because Butler didn't want to play with Simmons. He wanted to be the primary ball handler.
And then they gave the money that would have gone to Jimmy Butler to Al Horford.
They bring in Al Horford. They kind of go big because the Celtics had been beating them. The Celtics swept them in the playoffs in the first round. That was the bubble season where the Sixers were not very good. They were like 43-30. They finished in 6th. They get swept out of the playoffs. The whole Horford thing comes. That season doesn't go very well. Then the next year they bring in Daryl Morey, who trades somehow Horford out of there, and they become the number 1 seed, or the number 1 seed in the 2020-2021 season.
Really quick, they fire Brett Brown. They hire Doc Rivers. Don't forget that part of this conversation as well. The weird press conference with Morey, Doc Rivers, and Josh Harris by themselves in a virtual press conference in an empty gym. The optics of that was just so weird.
They beat the Wizards, then they lose to the Hawks. You have the Ben Simmons passing the ball up. All of that stuff.
The worst foul shooting of any NBA playoff series of all time.
After the series is over, Doc Rivers is asked whether Ben Simmons could be the point guard on a team that wins, and he says, I don't know. Well, then later on down the line, Simmons, his feelings are hurt about those comments. He then says he doesn't want to play here anymore. So 2021-2022, the season starts with no Ben Simmons. And basically, they're spending half the season trying to trade Ben Simmons. They end up getting James Harden, and the team is the number 4 seed, 51-31. They beat the Raptors in the first round, and then the next year they lose to the Heat.
Oh, don't forget, that was also the playoff series. Was the next time Joel Embiid got his face broken by Pascal Siakam.
Well, many of these playoff series, the little intricacies of injuries we have not brought up, of gastroenteritis, knee, broken face. He had a broken face in the series against the Heat in the 2017-2018.
Well, that was Markelle Fultz accidentally ran into him the first time. So they came back with the mask, the Dark Knight mask. Mm-hmm. And then it was during the Raptors series where he broke his face next because Pascal Siakam wildly elbowed him in the face. So then we were like, oh, great, he broke his face again.
They end up losing to the Heat in that series where Joel comes back, but he's, obviously
not the same.
Then the next year, Joel ends up winning the MVP. They sweep the Nets in the first round, but they come out. James Harden beats the Celtics almost single-handedly after Joel
is injured
again. He doesn't even play in the game, and yet they still win. They're up 3-1 in the series, and they can't close the series out.
And then Game 7, the only guy who showed up was P.J. Tucker. Remember that?
He did early.
P.J. Tucker had a great Game 7, and nobody else showed up.
So they were the 3rd seed that year. They were the 4th seed. They were the 1 seed. They were the 6th seed. They were the 3 seed. They were the 3 seed. And then the next year, after Joel wins the MVP, he comes back. They're off to a great start. They're one of the best teams in the East. You got Maxey, who everybody all of a sudden, he's the most improved player. He's exciting. Joel gets hurt again. The team finishes in 7th. They lose in the first round to the Knicks.
Back up.
They hired Nick Nurse.
But you forgot the weirder part. So remember, Joel.
They trade James Harden.
Well, before the Harden thing. So remember, Joel had the knee issue. And then there was a whole thing like, why isn't he playing in Denver? His knee's bothering him 30 minutes for the game. And then we're on Joel knee watch. And then he comes back against the Warriors and he's lumbering up and down the floor. You had said on the radio, Mike, how can anybody watch this guy and say this guy should be playing? He looks like he's hurt. And then the Warriors player falls on his knee. He has to go get the surgery. You dump Harden before the season. So now it's just Maxey and the band of misfit toys. You trade for Buddy Hield, hoping that does something. It doesn't. And then Joel Embiid comes back, and he has Bell's palsy.
Bell's palsy, yes. You almost forget that he played with Bell's palsy basically up and down the court on one leg against the Knicks in that series. So That's just an overview of some of the most bizarre things that have happened in the last 15 years
Call it the wall of weird.
to the Sixers. And Nuggets brought it up earlier, the fact that VJ Edgecombe has now hurt his thumb. Oh, by the way, you added to the mix. They signed Paul George. He gets hurt, falls over somebody in a preseason game.
Right.
Then he comes back. He's got a hyperextended knee. He hyperextends his knee again. He comes back from that and then tears a tendon in his pinky.
Yeah.
Can't make that up.
Nope.
Now your first-round pick this year has a thumb problem. A pinky and a thumb have hurt this team now.
Only in Philadelphia.
Oh, my gosh. It's almost incomprehensible that these are some of the things that have happened. I'm sure you guys can keep texting in more of the bizarre things that we just kind of, these are just off the top of our head. You know, these were impromptu, no notes here. No notes, just things that you remember. Is there something we forgot of the bizarre nature? I mean, anything Markelle Fultz related, that could be on the list. Ben Simmons not shooting ever, that could be on the list. He goes out and plays a preseason game against a Chinese team and hits a three and never saw him shoot a three again. Remember Brett Brown telling me you wanted Ben to shoot 1 3 a game? That never happened.
Nope.
We got more. You want us to keep going? Happy Hour Friday, everybody. We got the Bet365 play of the day coming up next to wrap up. Plus, some deliveries. We got some deliveries for this week's Happy Hour Friday. We'll share them with you guys coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
What's the best place to shop this summer? Macy's. It's our first ever Star Deals Week. 6 full days of store-wide savings on everything you want. From shorts and swim to fine jewelry, all up to 50% off. Plus, home updates from Hotel Collection, Green Pan, and more, up to 60% off. Not only that, shop Macy's.com for new flash deals every day that everyone will love. No membership required. So don't miss Star Deals Week and Sunday at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply. ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Us off a bunch of Happy Hour Fridays here. Bunch of them. 6-pack. A smorgasbord.
Smorgasbord is right. Jeff in Ocean City, thank you.
Yeah, Jeff, this Glasstown Mosaic Man seems right up my alley. Try that one at some point this weekend. Had the Florida Man in here. Now, Jeff, I've had the Florida Man before, and the Mud Hen 1883. I've had that one plenty. So those are some good picks for the Happy Hour Friday.
Looking forward to doing a little consumption when we're not working.
Take the Astros tonight and pair them up with the Orioles. You get plus 205, and that's my Bet365 play of the day. How'd we do yesterday before we get out of here?
Yesterday, one of the games got voided because of rain.
Yeah, rain out
one
last
game
night.
to go, but the Red Sox did win. So you are now 196. 132.
Yeah.
And 1.
It's a lot of money for the people out there. And I know Jeff at Ocean City is using those picks because he's buying us beer.
Exactly.
He's buying us beer.
And we appreciate
with the picks. I told you guys real quick, if you're looking for a beer on Happy Hour Friday, those were the ones that Jeff brought us. We appreciate that. You got 3 over there. You got a Lord Hobo's a great. Lord Hobo, I love their IPA. Great beer. He got you a Lord Hobo lager
Yes.
and a Asbury Park Blonde.
Asbury Park Blonde.
Yeah, they're always nice ladies. What else you got?
Actually put them in the fridge. So.
Oh, so you forgot the other one. All right. Well, you'll go grab those when the show's over. I told you.
I'll untap it later.
There you go. I'm on Untapped right now. Little Place from the Seed. They might be sold out. I tried to go by there. I'm going to be there tomorrow. I'm stopping by and picking up a 6-pack.
Fingers crossed.
Of Little Place from the Seed. And check out the Myers Lighthouse if they have any anniversary IPA left over. We're going to be at Myers Lighthouse doing the On the Porch show on the 19th. So
very cool.
if you're over and want to watch the Phillies game with us, check us out. We'll be over at Myers Lighthouse for that. And there you go. Yeah, there's our Happy Hour Friday picks for you on this Friday edition of the Sports Bash. All right, what else we got? Busy show today. Bob Wankel, thanks to him. Mike McGarry way back there in the 2 o'clock hour. Adam Kaplan, the Nuggets. Of course, you guys out there keeping the text board hot and heavy. All the trade talk we had today. It's been a fun week. Josh has Hanging with Henning tomorrow. What do you got?
I got SportsCenter anchor and Eagles fan Ryan Smith joining me, as well as the Athletic Phillies writer Matt Gelb and Philadelphia Rising boxing star Dion Butt.
That will be a busy show. You hit me with that one at the end there, huh?
I did.
All right, good stuff. Locker with Billy Schwan tomorrow. That will be 10 o'clock. Hang with Henning starts at noon. Is it going to rain this weekend? Probably.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. It rained enough for the whole week here. Stay dry, everybody out there, in case it does happen to rain again. More Sports Bash comes back on Monday. See ya.